Have you ever noticed the strange paradox of modern life? We live in an age of unprecedented comfort and convenience. With a few taps on our smartphones, we can order dinner, schedule transportation, or connect with friends across the globe. We have more entertainment options, more career opportunities, and more information at our fingertips than any generation before us. And yet, something feels missing. Despite all these advantages, rates of anxiety, depression, and loneliness continue to climb. A recent Gallup poll found that only about 30% of Americans report being very happy, a percentage that's been declining for decades. We're more comfortable than ever, yet less content. More connected, yet more isolated. More informed, yet more confused about what truly matters. Why is this happening? And more importantly, what can we do about it? I believe the answer lies not in acquiring more of what the modern world offers, but in rediscovering ancient wisdom that we've forgotten along the way. Specifically, in the teachings of Stoic philosophy, a school of thought developed over 2,000 years ago that offers surprisingly practical guidance for our hectic 21st century lives. Let me tell you a story that illustrates this wisdom. There was a woman named Sophia who lived in New York City. By all external measures, Sophia was successful. She had climbed the corporate ladder at a prestigious Manhattan financial firm, lived in a sleek apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Central Park, and spent her weekends at exclusive restaurants and events that filled her Instagram feed with enviable content. Her life embodied the New York dream that had drawn her to the city a decade earlier. Yet despite checking all the boxes of success, Sophia felt increasingly hollow. The buzz from each promotion or luxury purchase faded more quickly than the last. Her calendar was packed with meetings and social events, but genuine connections felt rare. The city's energy that once invigorated her now left her drained. Nighttime found her scrolling through social media, comparing her seemingly perfect life to others, wondering why achievement hadn't brought the fulfillment she expected. One rainy Tuesday evening, after a particularly grueling day of meetings, Sophia ducked into a small, independent bookstore in the West Village to escape a sudden downpour. As she browsed absently through the philosophy section, an elderly bookstore owner approached her. "You look like someone searching for something," he said with a gentle smile. "And I don't mean just a book." Something about his perceptiveness broke through Sophia's carefully maintained facade. Before she knew it, she was sitting in the bookstore's small cafe area, pouring out her frustrations to this stranger, how despite having it all by New York standards, she felt perpetually unsatisfied and increasingly anxious. The bookstore owner, who introduced himself as Joseph, listened intently. When Sophia finished, he reached for a worn, leather-bound book on a nearby shelf. "You know," he said, "people have been wrestling with these same questions for thousands of years. The ancient Stoics, in particular, had some interesting insights about why external success often fails to deliver lasting happiness." Joseph explained that before retiring to open his bookstore, he'd been a philosophy professor specializing in practical applications of ancient wisdom. Over the next hour, as rain pattered against the windows, he shared 3 essential principles for living a happy life. To be happy, he said, you don't need more accomplishments or status. There are 3 simple things you need to practice: gratitude, acceptance, and love. Sophia raised an eyebrow skeptically. In New York's competitive environment, these sounded like luxuries she couldn't afford. Joseph continued, "Gratitude comes first. In this city especially, we're constantly bombarded with messages about what we lack: the better apartment, the higher position, the exclusive restaurant reservation. But if you don't appreciate what you already have, you'll never have enough." The Stoic philosopher Seneca once said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Even in Manhattan, true wealth begins with recognizing the abundance already present in your life. Second is acceptance. New York is unpredictable, delayed subways, canceled meetings, constant change. Life will always have ups and downs. If you learn to accept things as they are without trying to control everything, you'll find peace in the chaos. This doesn't mean being passive, it means understanding the difference between what you can change and what you cannot. As Epictetus taught, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. And third is love. Love what you do beyond its status value. Love the people around you beyond their usefulness to your network, and most importantly, love yourself beyond your achievements. Only when your heart is full of love can you truly radiate happiness to others and receive it back. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Men exist for the sake of one another. Teach them then, or bear with them." Sophia listened, struck by how different this advice was from the achievement-oriented messaging that permeated her workplace and social circle. There was no mention of setting bigger goals, making more money, or optimizing her productivity. Instead, the focus was entirely on shifting her internal state through deliberate practice. "But how do I actually do this?" she asked. "In theory it sounds nice, but this city doesn't exactly encourage slowing down to count your blessings." Joseph smiled. "Start small. Take 5 minutes each morning to write down 3 things you're grateful for. Maybe the coffee cart guy who remembers your order, or the way morning light hits the buildings. When facing delays or setbacks, pause before reacting and ask what's actually in your control. And find one thing each day to do with genuine love, not obligation or ambition." Something about the simplicity of these practices appealed to Sophia. They required no special equipment, no significant time investment, just a shift in attention and intention. Over the next few weeks, Sophia began implementing these principles. She started keeping a gratitude journal by her bedside. When her subway was delayed, rather than fuming, she used the time to read. She began volunteering at a local community garden on weekend mornings, something she did purely for joy, not networking. Gradually, she noticed changes. The constant background anxiety that had become her normal state began to quiet. She found herself appreciating aspects of the city. She'd become blind to the diverse languages in her neighborhood, the resilience of street trees pushing through concrete, moments of unexpected kindness between strangers. By accepting circumstances beyond her control, she experienced less stress and more peace. And by approaching her work, relationships, and self-care with love rather than obligation or ambition, she found greater meaning in everyday moments. 3 months later, Sophia returned to the bookstore, carrying a small gift, a rare edition of Marcus Aurelius' Meditations she'd tracked down. Joseph recognized her immediately. "You look different," he said. "More present." Sophia smiled. "I am different. I haven't changed jobs or apartments, but I've changed how I experience them. I realized I was chasing happiness in promotions and purchases, but it was never going to last. Now I understand what you meant. Happiness isn't about having the perfect New York life. It's about how you relate to whatever life you have." "And how would you describe that discovery to others?" Joseph asked. "I'd say that happiness isn't a destination. It's the journey. It's not something to chase after, but something to cultivate from within," Sophia replied. "When you live with gratitude, acceptance, and love, you discover that happiness has been within you all along, even in the middle of Manhattan." This story reflects the core wisdom of Stoicism, a philosophy often misunderstood as being about suppressing emotions or enduring hardship with a stiff upper lip. In reality, Stoicism offers a rich, nuanced approach to living well by focusing on what's within our control: our perceptions, decisions, and actions. The Stoics taught that lasting happiness, what they called eudaimonia, or good spirit, doesn't come from external achievements or possessions, but from developing internal virtues and maintaining the right perspective on life. In many ways, they were the original psychologists, understanding human nature with remarkable clarity centuries before the scientific method. What's fascinating is that modern psychological research now confirms many of the Stoics' insights. Studies in positive psychology, cognitive behavioral therapy, and neuroscience have validated practices that Stoic philosophers like Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius advocated thousands of years ago. Today, I'd like to share with you 13 practical applications of Stoic wisdom for modern life. These aren't complicated techniques, but simple daily practices that both ancient Stoics and modern science confirm can transform your quality of life. 1. Laugh more, humor as a Stoic practice. 2. Be a morning person. Dawn practices for Stoic living. 3. Turn off your phone sometimes. Reclaiming attention in a distracted age. 4. Focus on the good stuff you've got. The Stoic practice of gratitude. 5. Let go of grudges. The freedom of forgiveness. 6. Get outside and connect with nature. Finding harmony, Indiana, the natural world. 7. Pack your days with plans. The Stoic art of intentional living. 8. Don't quit on what you love. Stoic perseverance through difficulty. 9. Take breaks and go on trips. The Stoic art of strategic renewal. 10. Go for kindness. The strength in compassionate action. 11. Say yes more often. Growth through embracing the new. 12. Hang out with friends and family. The foundation of lasting happiness. 13. Help others out. Finding purpose through service. At first glance, some of these might seem trivial or obvious, but I invite you to look deeper. Each practice contains profound wisdom about how to live well in an often challenging world. Each offers a specific antidote to common sources of modern suffering, and each aligns with both ancient Stoic teaching and contemporary scientific research. I've organized these 13 practices into 3 main categories that reflect core aspects of the Stoic approach to well-being. First, we'll explore the mindful self practices that help you develop greater awareness, emotional regulation, and internal peace. These include laughing more, establishing a morning routine, taking digital breaks, cultivating gratitude, and releasing grudges. Next, we'll dive into the balanced life, practices that help you maintain harmony between effort and rest, planning and flexibility, persistence and acceptance. These include connecting with nature, intentional planning, taking restorative breaks, and persevering with passions. Finally, we'll explore the connected human practices that strengthen your relationships with others and your community. These include practicing kindness, embracing new experiences, nurturing close relationships, and finding purpose through service. Together, these practices offer a comprehensive approach to well-being that addresses the core human needs for self-mastery, balance, and connection. They're not quick fixes or life hacks, but time-tested principles that require consistent practice and patient application. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, then do what you have to do." The path to happiness begins with a clear vision of the person you want to become, followed by deliberate daily actions that move you in that direction. In the following sections, we'll explore each practice in depth, examining its philosophical foundations, scientific support, and practical applications for modern life. My hope is that, like Sophia, you'll discover that the path to lasting happiness isn't about chasing external achievements or acquisitions, but about cultivating internal states through consistent practice. Are you ready to begin this journey? Let's start by exploring the first set of practices, those that help us develop the mindful self, practices for internal harmony. In our hyper-connected, achievement-driven society, we often mistake external accomplishments for internal well-being. We chase promotions, possessions, and public recognition, hoping these will bring lasting happiness. The Stoics, however, understood something that modern psychology now confirms. True happiness begins within. As Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, wrote in his personal journals, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." This simple observation forms the foundation of what I call the mindful self, developing awareness of our internal states and cultivating practices that bring harmony to our thoughts and emotions. Our first practice toward developing this mindful self is one that might surprise you: learning to laugh more. Laugh more. Humor as a Stoic practice. The serious business of laughter. Have you ever noticed how we often make life much more complicated than it needs to be? In our pursuit of success and meaning, we tend to approach almost everything with extreme seriousness, as if there's a global competition for who can frown the hardest. We get so caught up in our daily responsibilities, stresses, and struggles that we forget one of the most powerful tools available to us: laughter. Imagine this scenario. You're rushing to an important meeting in Manhattan when your coffee spills all over your crisp white shirt. Your phone buzzes incessantly with urgent messages from colleagues. The subway is delayed, and when you finally arrive at the office, you discover the meeting has been rescheduled, information buried in an email you missed while dealing with the coffee crisis. In moments like these, we have a choice. We can tense up, curse our luck, and carry that frustration throughout the day. Or we can step back, see the absurdity of it all, and laugh at the perfect storm of minor disasters that just unfolded. Which response do you think would better serve your mental state and productivity for the rest of the day? If Stoicism brings to mind images of stern, humorless philosophers enduring life's hardships with grim determination, it's time to reconsider. While the Stoics did emphasize self-discipline and emotional regulation, they also recognized humor as a powerful tool for maintaining perspective, something we desperately need in our often overwhelming modern lives. Stoic wisdom on laughter and perspective. Epictetus, a former slave who became one of Stoicism's most influential teachers, captured this perfectly. People are not disturbed by things, but by the view they take of them. This fundamental Stoic principle reminds us that external events don't determine our emotional states. Our interpretations do. And laughter is one of the most effective ways to shift our view, to gain psychological distance from a situation and see it in a new, less threatening light. When we examine the lives of prominent Stoics, we find that contrary to popular misconception, they weren't dour figures grimly enduring life's hardships. Seneca, the Roman statesman and philosopher, advised treating one's troubles with a smile rather than with rage. He understood that humor provides perspective, helping us recognize how trivial many of our catastrophes really are in the grand scheme. Marcus Aurelius, despite bearing the immense responsibilities of ruling the Roman Empire during times of war and plague, reminded himself to find amusement in human folly, including his own. In his Meditations, he wrote, "How ridiculous and strange to be surprised at anything which happens in life. This wasn't cynicism but a recognition that much of what upsets us is entirely predictable given human nature and the patterns of life." The Stoic approach to humor wasn't about mockery or derision of others. Instead, it centered on the ability to laugh at the universal human condition, our shared foibles, and the inevitable mishaps of life. This type of humor, self-reflective, gentle, and rooted in perspective, serves as a powerful tool for emotional resilience. The science behind laughter's benefits. Modern science has caught up to what the Stoics intuitively understood about laughter's power. Dr. Lee Burke from Loma Linda University conducted extensive research on the physiological effects of laughter and discovered remarkable benefits. His studies showed that even a few moments of genuine laughter can lower blood pressure, boost immune function, and significantly reduce the production of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. When we laugh, our brains release a cocktail of feel-good chemicals, endorphins and serotonin, which elevate mood and promote a sense of well-being. These neurochemical changes have both immediate and lasting effects. The immediate sensation is that rush of pleasure or relief that comes with a good laugh. The longer-term impact is more subtle, but perhaps more important. Regular laughter actually changes our baseline stress levels and improves our resilience to life's challenges. In a particularly compelling study published in the Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine, researchers worked with cancer patients undergoing treatment. Those who participated in regular laughter therapy sessions reported feeling less depressed, more hopeful, and better equipped to face their medical challenges than control groups. Think about that for a moment. If people facing one of life's most serious battles found strength and relief through laughter, imagine what it might do for our comparatively minor daily struggles. Laughter's benefits extend beyond the individual. Research on what psychologists call the contagion effect shows that laughter spreads through social groups, creating bonds and shared positive experiences. When teams or families laugh together, they build resilience as a unit, developing shared coping mechanisms and strengthening their connections. Laughter as a Stoic practice in modern life. How can we incorporate this Stoic wisdom into our daily lives? How might someone like Sophia from our opening story use laughter to navigate the pressures of New York City life? The practice is both simple and profound. First, learn to recognize moments of potential humor throughout your day. Often these appear precisely when things seem to be going wrong. The coffee spill, the delayed subway, the missed email, these aren't just annoyances but opportunities to practice the Stoic art of perspective taking. Ask yourself, will this matter in a month? A year? 5 years? If not, perhaps it deserves a laugh rather than an emotional meltdown. Second, cultivate the habit of laughing at yourself. The Stoics placed great emphasis on self-awareness without self-importance. When you make a mistake or do something embarrassing, being able to chuckle at your own humanity connects you with the universal experience. This doesn't mean dismissing genuine learning opportunities, but rather approaching your imperfections with good-humored acceptance rather than harsh self-criticism. For example, imagine Sophia sending an email with a glaring typo to her entire department. Rather than spiraling into embarrassment and self-recrimination, she might send a humorous follow-up acknowledging the mistake. Apparently my coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Please ignore the part where I scheduled our meeting instead of meeting, though a meeting of justice might be interesting too. This approach acknowledges the error while demonstrating she doesn't take herself too seriously. Third, deliberately seek out sources of healthy laughter. In the ancient world, Stoics would attend comedy performances and engage in witty conversation during symposia. Our modern equivalents might include comedy shows, funny books, movies, or podcasts that align with your sense of humor. The key is intentionality, making regular space for laughter rather than treating it as an occasional accident. Some practical suggestions. Create a humor emergency kit on your phone, a collection of images, videos, or texts that reliably make you laugh, accessible when you need a perspective reset. Schedule regular social time with friends who make you laugh and approach life with lightness. Start a gratitude journal with a twist. Each day note something absurd or funny that happened. Practice finding the humorous angle in annoying situations by asking, "What would a comedian say about this?" Fourth, distinguish between healthy and unhealthy forms of humor. The Stoics would have frowned on humor that demeans others or comes from a place of cruelty. True Stoic humor is not about mockery but about perspective. It helps us see the disparity between our expectations and reality, between our desires for control and life's inherent unpredictability. This kind of humor is inclusive and humanizing rather than divisive. Laughter in the face of serious challenges. But what about truly difficult situations? Is it appropriate or even possible to find humor in genuine hardship? The Stoics would say yes, with important qualifications. Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist who survived Nazi concentration camps and developed logotherapy, an approach with many parallels to Stoicism, observed that humor was one of the most potent spiritual weapons employed by prisoners who maintained their humanity under the most inhumane conditions. Humor provided vital psychological distance and a momentary sense of control in circumstances where almost everything had been taken away. This doesn't mean making light of tragedy or pretending serious problems don't exist. Rather, it's about finding moments of comic relief even within challenging circumstances, the absurd juxtapositions, the unexpected ironies, the shared recognition of the surreal aspects of even difficult situations. For instance, during the COVID-19 pandemic, many people found humor in the shared experiences of quarantine life. From Zoom meeting mishaps to creative mask designs to the universal experience of forgetting how to socialize after months of isolation. This humor didn't deny the seriousness of the pandemic but provided essential psychic relief and human connection during a challenging time. The Stoic approach to serious challenges involves holding two seemingly contradictory ideas simultaneously, acknowledging the genuine difficulty of a situation while also maintaining the perspective that allows for moments of levity. This balance helps prevent us from being completely consumed by hardship. Developing your laughter practice. Like any Stoic practice, incorporating more laughter into your life requires intention and consistency. Here's a simple framework to begin. Morning reflection. As part of your daily preparation, consider setting an intention to notice moments of potential humor throughout your day. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus advised his students to begin each day by acknowledging that things will go wrong, people will be difficult, plans will be disrupted. By anticipating these challenges with a light heart, you prepare yourself to respond with humor rather than frustration. Midday check-in. When you feel stress mounting, pause and ask, is there another way to see this situation? Sometimes simply stepping back and imagining how this moment might look in a comedy sketch can provide the distance needed to laugh rather than react. Evening practice. At the end of the day, reflect on any moments when you successfully used humor to defuse tension or maintain perspective. Also note opportunities you missed, situations where, in retrospect, laughter might have been a better response than the one you chose. This framework aligns with the Stoic practice of regular self-examination. As Seneca advised, each day examine yourself. Ask yourself, what illness have I cured today? What failing have I resisted? What vice have I avoided? In our context, we might modify this to ask, what tension did I dissolve with laughter today? What potential catastrophe did I reframe through humor? The broader Stoic context of laughter. It's important to understand that the Stoic appreciation of humor exists within their broader ethical framework. For the Stoics, the ultimate goal was virtue, living in accordance with nature and reason. Humor serves this goal by helping us maintain proper perspective, avoid unnecessary suffering, and connect with our shared humanity. Laughter, in the Stoic view, is not about escapism or denial. It's a tool for seeing reality more clearly by cutting through our dramatic tendencies and catastrophic thinking. When we laugh at our predicaments, we're acknowledging the truth that most of our daily concerns are relatively minor in the cosmic scheme, that our control is limited, and that taking ourselves too seriously creates unnecessary suffering. This aligns perfectly with the core Stoic practice of distinguishing between what we can and cannot control. When we laugh at a situation, we're implicitly recognizing that while we may not be able to change the circumstance itself, we can always change our response to it. This shift from reactivity to responsibility lies at the heart of Stoic freedom. Conclusion: laughter as a path to Stoic joy. The next time you find yourself in a frustrating situation, stuck in traffic, dealing with a difficult colleague, facing a minor setback, try channeling your inner Stoic. Step back, see the situation from a broader perspective, and allow yourself to laugh at the absurdity of expecting a perfectly smooth journey through an inherently imperfect world. As you develop this practice, you'll likely find that laughter doesn't just make difficult moments more bearable, it fundamentally changes your relationship to life's challenges. You'll begin to approach obstacles with curiosity rather than dread, seeing potential humor in the very situations that once triggered stress. The Stoics understood that true freedom comes not from controlling external events, but from mastering our internal responses. Laughter is one of our most powerful tools for achieving this mastery, allowing us to remain lighthearted even in heavy circumstances, to find joy not despite life's imperfections but sometimes because of them. In a world that often takes itself too seriously, choosing to laugh more might be one of the most profound philosophical acts you can practice. As Seneca reminded his friend Lucilius, everything that exceeds the bounds of moderation has an unstable foundation. Laughter helps restore balance, bringing us back to ourselves when we've become too entangled in concerns that deserve less of our emotional energy. So laugh more, not as an escape from reality, but as a way of seeing it more clearly. In doing so, you'll be practicing an ancient philosophical technique that modern science confirms can transform both your mind and body, bringing you one step closer to what the Stoics called eudaimonia, not just happiness, but genuine flourishing. Be a morning person. Dawn practices for Stoic living. Let's be honest, mornings don't have the best reputation. For many people, the sound of an alarm provokes a groan, a desperate reach for the snooze button, and a heartfelt wish for just 5 more minutes of sleep. The warm cocoon of blankets feels infinitely more appealing than the cool morning air and the responsibilities awaiting outside your bedroom door. And who can blame you? Modern life has conditioned us to extend our evenings binge-watching shows, scrolling through social media, or simply decompressing after a long day. The thought of voluntarily rising before necessary seems like madness to many. Why subject yourself to the discomfort of an early alarm when you could enjoy the luxury of extra sleep? Yet what if I told you that becoming a morning person might be one of the most transformative Stoic practices you could adopt? What if those quiet dawn hours held the potential to reshape not just your day, but your entire approach to life? The Stoic dawn. Ancient wisdom on morning practices. The Stoics placed extraordinary emphasis on how one begins the day. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher emperor who ruled Rome while writing his personal philosophical reflections, began his meditations with advice to himself about mornings. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work as a human being. What do I have to complain of if I'm going to do what I was born for? Or was I made for this, to lie in bed and keep myself warm? But this is more pleasant. Did you exist then to take your pleasure and not for action or exertion? Look at the plants, birds, ants, spiders, and bees, all doing their own work, helping to order the world in their own way. Are you unwilling to do the work of a human being? This isn't just tough talk about discipline. It reflects the Stoic understanding that how you begin your day establishes a foundation for everything that follows. By rising with purpose rather than reluctance, you set an intentional tone that can carry through your waking hours. Seneca, another prominent Stoic philosopher, advised his friend Lucilius, the start of the day determines the day. He recommended beginning with quiet reflection, setting intentions for virtuous action, and preparing mentally for the challenges ahead. This wasn't merely about productivity, but about alignment, ensuring that your actions throughout the day would reflect your deepest values rather than merely responding to whatever demands arose. Epictetus, who began life as a slave before becoming a renowned teacher, emphasized that the morning offered a unique opportunity for what he called premeditation, mentally rehearsing potential challenges and preparing virtuous responses. Every day and night, he advised, keep these thoughts at hand, that you will die, that you will be exiled, that you will be disgraced. Then you will never have any abject thought, nor will you desire anything excessively. While this might sound morbid to modern ears, the Stoic practice wasn't about dwelling on negative possibilities, but about gaining perspective. By considering life's transience and unpredictability in the calm of morning, you'd be better prepared to appreciate the day ahead and respond to its challenges with equanimity. The science of morning advantage. Modern research supports ancient wisdom. The Stoics' intuitive understanding of morning's importance has been validated by contemporary research. A comprehensive study conducted by the University of Toronto found that early risers report higher levels of positive emotion and overall life satisfaction compared to night owls. They tend to be more proactive, able to anticipate problems and take initiative, and show greater consistency in sticking with commitments. What explains these benefits? From a neurological perspective, the early morning hours offer a unique brain state. During sleep, your brain clears out metabolic waste through what scientists call the glymphatic system, essentially performing maintenance that leaves your mind clearer upon waking. The first hours after this process are characterized by higher levels of neuroplasticity, your brain's ability to form new connections, and elevated production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that supports learning and memory. Researchers at Harvard found that the morning hours also typically feature higher levels of cortisol, not the stress-inducing spikes associated with chronic stress, but the healthy elevation that supports alertness, focus, and energy. This natural cortisol rhythm aligns perfectly with tackling important tasks that require clear thinking and decision-making. From a circadian biology perspective, synchronizing your wake time with natural daylight helps regulate your body's internal clock. A study published in the journal Sleep found that people who maintained consistent morning routines experienced better sleep quality at night, creating a virtuous cycle of well-being. They also show more stable mood patterns throughout the day, avoiding the afternoon energy crashes common among those with irregular sleep schedules. Perhaps most relevant to our Stoic exploration is research from the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology showing that willpower and self-control tend to be strongest in the morning. This phenomenon, called decision fatigue, means that with each choice you make throughout the day, your capacity for disciplined decision-making gradually diminishes. By tackling important priorities during morning hours, you leverage your peak self-regulatory resources, precisely what the Stoics advocated in their emphasis on morning virtuous intention setting. The quiet hour, creating space for what matters. Think about the typical morning in modern American life, the jarring alarm followed by immediate digital immersion, checking emails, scrolling headlines, responding to text messages. Many of us launch directly from sleep into reactivity, beginning our day by responding to others' priorities rather than grounding in our own. The Stoic morning practice offers a radical alternative. Imagine instead waking before the demands of the day accelerate, perhaps just 30 minutes earlier than your usual time. In that quiet space, still free from notifications and obligations, you have an opportunity for what psychologists now call self-authored time, minutes that belong truly to you, governed by your intentions rather than external pressures. Consider how Sophia, the Manhattan financial analyst from our opening story, might transform her mornings. Rather than waking to the anxiety-inducing ping of work emails, she could rise slightly earlier to sit by her window with a cup of coffee, watching the early light change the city's texture. In those moments, she might journal briefly about what matters most to her that day, not just what's urgent, but what's important. She could review her core values and set intentions for how she wants to show up in key meetings or conversations. This isn't about adding more productivity to an already full schedule. It's about creating space for presence and intention before the day's momentum takes over. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, when you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. This wasn't pessimism but preparation. By anticipating challenges, he could respond with virtue rather than reaction. The modern equivalent might be asking yourself, what difficult conversations might I face today? What opportunities might arise to practice patience, courage, or honesty? How might I maintain perspective when faced with setbacks? These few minutes of morning reflection can profoundly influence how you navigate the hours that follow. Constructing your morning practice, a Stoic framework. How might you develop a morning practice aligned with Stoic principles? Here's a framework flexible enough to adapt to your circumstances while honoring the core philosophical intentions. Intentional waking. 2 minutes. Begin with a brief moment of gratitude upon waking. The Stoics practiced cosmic perspective, remembering your place in the vast universe. As your eyes open, acknowledge the gift of another day of life and consciousness. Seneca advised viewing each morning as if it were unexpected rather than guaranteed. What is given to you, consider as gain. What is taken back, do not consider as loss. Physical awakening. 5 to 10 minutes. The Stoics understood the mind-body connection long before modern science confirmed it. Light physical movement, stretching, a brief walk, or simple calisthenics helps transition your body from sleep to wakefulness. This needn't be intense exercise, though that's valuable too. The goal is mindful movement that honors your physical existence as part of your whole being. Mental preparation. 10 to 15 minutes. This is the heart of the Stoic morning practice. Set aside time for what the ancients called contemplation, focused reflection on your values and intentions. This might include reading a short philosophical passage, perhaps from Stoic texts like Meditations or Epictetus and Enchiridion. Journaling about your intentions for virtuous action that day. Visualizing potential challenges and how you'll respond in alignment with your values. Practicing negative visualization, briefly imagining the loss of things you value to renew your appreciation. Practical planning. 5 minutes. The Stoics were practical people who valued effective action in the world. Take a few minutes to review your day ahead, not just as a to-do list, but as a series of opportunities to express your values through action. Ask yourself, what is truly important today versus merely urgent? Where might I need to exercise particular virtues like patience or courage? The entire practice might take just 20 to 30 minutes, yet provide a foundation that transforms your experience of the entire day. The key is consistency rather than duration. A brief daily practice matters more than occasional longer sessions. Becoming a morning person, practical transitions. But I'm just not a morning person. I hear this objection often, and it deserves thoughtful consideration. While there is some genetic component to our circadian preferences, research in chronobiology, the study of biological rhythms, shows that most people can adjust their natural patterns within reasonable ranges. The key is gradual transition rather than abrupt change. If you currently wake at 7:30 a.m. and want to become a 6 a.m. riser, don't make the full shift overnight. Instead, start with 15-minute increments. Move your wake time earlier by just 15 minutes for a week, then another 15 minutes the following week. Adjust bedtime accordingly. For sustainable change, earlier waking requires earlier sleeping. Signal to your body that it's time to wind down by dimming lights and reducing screen exposure in the evening. Use light strategically. Morning light exposure helps reset your circadian rhythm. Open curtains immediately upon waking or step outside briefly to signal to your brain that day has begun. Create positive anticipation. Place something you genuinely enjoy at the beginning of your morning routine, whether that's a special coffee, a few pages of an inspiring book, or music that lifts your spirits. Practice consistent timing. Your body thrives on regularity. Try to wake at the same time even on weekends, at least during the transition period, to establish your new rhythm. Remember that becoming a morning person isn't about punishing yourself with less sleep. The goal is shifting your sleep window earlier, not shortening it. Most adults need 7 to 8 hours of sleep for optimal cognitive and emotional functioning. The Stoics valued proper rest as part of a balanced life. The morning mind, cultivating Stoic awareness at dawn. Beyond the practical benefits, morning practice offers a unique opportunity to develop what might be called the Stoic mind, a way of seeing clearly without the distortions of excessive emotion or false impressions. Epictetus taught that our distress comes not from events themselves but from our judgments about them. What disturbs people's minds is not events but their judgments on events. The early morning, before you've engaged with the day's complexities, provides a window for examining these judgments with greater clarity. Imagine having important decisions to make about your career, relationships, or personal goals. The morning mind, freshly rested, not yet caught in the day's reactivity, can approach these questions with a degree of objectivity often unavailable later in the day when you're already responding to countless stimuli. The Stoics practiced what philosophers call the view from above, mentally stepping back to see your life from a broader perspective. This practice becomes particularly powerful in the morning quiet, helping you distinguish between genuine concerns and passing anxieties, between what truly matters and what merely feels urgent in the moment. For our New York executive Sophia, this morning clarity might help her recognize that her anxiety about an upcoming presentation reflects not a genuine threat but an old pattern of self-doubt. A judgment added to the situation rather than inherent in it. With this awareness, she can approach her day with greater equanimity. Not just when, but how quality of morning consciousness. The Stoic emphasis on morning isn't merely about the time of day, but about the quality of consciousness you bring to your waking hours. Even if circumstances temporarily prevent early rising, perhaps due to health issues, caregiving responsibilities, or necessary night work, you can still create a morning mind whenever you wake. The essential elements are beginning with intentional awareness rather than immediate reactivity. taking time for reflection before engagement with external demands, setting deliberate intentions aligned with your deepest values, preparing mentally for challenges with equanimity and perspective. These practices create what psychologists call implementation intentions, mental rehearsals that significantly increase the likelihood you'll respond in alignment with your values when challenges arise. By preparing in advance, you're less likely to be caught off guard by emotions or external pressures. The compounding effect: how morning practice transforms life. The power of morning practice lies not in dramatic immediate results but in consistent application over time. Like compound interest in finance, small daily investments in your morning consciousness create exponential returns in overall well-being and character development. Research on habit formation shows that consistently performing an action in the same context, in this case, upon waking, gradually automates the behavior, reducing the willpower required to maintain it. What initially feels like effort eventually becomes your natural rhythm. More profoundly, regular morning practice reshapes your relationship with time itself. Rather than feeling perpetually behind and reactive, you begin to experience what philosophers call chronos kairos, the sense of being aligned with the right action at the right moment. This doesn't mean everything goes perfectly, but rather that you develop the capacity to respond appropriately whatever circumstances arise. The Stoics believed that true freedom comes not from controlling external events, but from mastering our responses to them. The morning practice is perhaps their most powerful tool for developing this mastery, creating a daily foundation of intentionality that carries through life's inevitable challenges. Conclusion: the dawn decision. Each morning presents a fundamental choice that reverberates throughout your day. Will you begin with intention or reaction? Will you ground yourself in your values before engaging with the world's demands? Will you take even a few moments to remember what truly matters before diving into what merely feels urgent? The Stoics recognized that this dawn decision, while seemingly small, shapes not just your day but gradually your life. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, every hour focus your mind attentively on the performance of the task in hand, with dignity, human sympathy, benevolence, and freedom, and leave aside all other thoughts. You will achieve this if you perform each action as if it were your last. The invitation of the morning is to begin again, not perfect, but present, not controlling all outcomes, but directing your intentions, not immune to life's difficulties, but equipped to face them with virtue and clarity. Tomorrow morning, when your alarm sounds, remember that you're facing the same choice that Stoic philosophers contemplated thousands of years ago: how to begin with purpose rather than reluctance, with intention rather than inertia. The dawn decision awaits. Turn off your phone sometimes, reclaiming attention in a distracted age. How often do you find yourself glued to your smartphone? Perhaps you're like most Americans, checking your device an average of 96 times per day, once every 10 minutes during waking hours. Maybe you've experienced that familiar pang of anxiety when you realize you've left your phone at home, or that subtle but persistent urge to check for notifications even when engaged in conversation with someone sitting across from you. In a world where being constantly connected has become the default state, deliberately disconnecting might seem radical, even counterproductive. After all, our phones provide unprecedented convenience, connection, and access to information. Why would we voluntarily separate ourselves from these benefits? The answer lies in a profound insight shared by both ancient Stoic philosophers and contemporary neuroscientists. Our attention, what we choose to focus on, fundamentally shapes our experience of life. And in today's hyper-connected world, our attention has become perhaps our most valuable and endangered resource. The Stoic concern with distraction. He who is everywhere is nowhere. This observation from Seneca might have been written yesterday about our smartphone habits rather than nearly 2,000 years ago. The Stoic philosopher was warning against the scattered attention that comes from constant distraction, something we experience on a scale the ancients could never have imagined. The Stoics were deeply concerned with the quality of our consciousness, how we direct our minds, and what we allow to influence our thoughts. They understood that a mind pulled in countless directions loses its capacity for depth, clarity, and intentional action. Seneca further cautioned, "Nothing is so useful that it can be of any service in the mere passing." His warning speaks directly to our modern habit of consuming endless streams of information without fully processing any of it, scrolling through news headlines, social media updates, and messages in a perpetual state of partial attention. Epictetus, another prominent Stoic teacher, framed the issue in terms of freedom. No man is free who is not master of himself. In the context of digital technology, we might ask, are we mastering our devices, or have they mastered us? When the average person touches their phone 2,617 times daily, according to research firm Scout, the answer becomes uncomfortably clear for many of us. Marcus Aurelius understood the importance of creating mental space for clarity. Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. Yet this inner retreat becomes virtually inaccessible when we're constantly tethered to the digital world, our attention fragmented by endless notifications, updates, and the subtle compulsion to check just one more thing. The neuroscience of digital distraction. Modern neuroscience has validated the Stoics' concerns about distraction, revealing exactly how our digital habits reshape our brains and behavior, often to our detriment. Dr. Adam Gazzaley, a neuroscientist at the University of California, San Francisco, explains that our brains haven't evolved to process the volume and velocity of information we now encounter daily. His research shows that what we perceive as multitasking is actually rapid task switching, with each switch incurring cognitive costs that accumulate throughout the day. These findings align with research published in the Journal of Behavioral Addictions, which linked excessive smartphone use to higher levels of anxiety, depression, and sleep disturbances. The mechanics behind this connection are becoming clearer. The constant checking behavior creates what psychologists call a variable reward schedule, the same mechanism that makes gambling so addictive. We check our phones because we never know which check will deliver something interesting, threatening, or emotionally stimulating. This unpredictability keeps us hooked. Perhaps most concerning is research from the University of Texas at Austin, which found that the mere presence of a smartphone, even when turned off and face down, reduces cognitive capacity. Participants who placed their phones in another room performed significantly better on tests of attention and problem solving than those who kept their phones nearby, even though they weren't using them. This brain drain effect suggests that part of our cognitive resources remain allocated to monitoring our phones even when we're ostensibly focused elsewhere. A study in the Journal of Social and Personal Relationships delivered equally troubling insights about our social connections. People who had a phone visible during a conversation reported feeling less connected to their conversation partner and rated the interaction as less satisfying than those who conversed without a phone present. The researchers concluded that phones create a present absence, physically present but mentally elsewhere, that undermines the quality of our most important human connections. The middle path, Stoic moderation in digital life. It's important to clarify that neither the Stoics nor modern research advocates for total technological abstinence. The Stoics were not ascetics who rejected worldly tools and conveniences. Rather, they emphasized intentionality, using tools deliberately rather than being used by them. Marcus Aurelius advised, if you seek tranquility, do less. But then he immediately clarified, or more accurately, do what's essential. This perfectly captures the Stoic approach to technology, not rejection, but careful discernment of what's truly essential versus what merely seems urgent or appealing in the moment. What might a Stoic approach to digital life look like in practice? Consider these principles. Create boundaries of time and space. Designate specific periods and places where phones are not welcome, perhaps the dinner table, the bedroom, or the first hour after waking. Practice intentional use. Before picking up your phone, pause to ask, what specifically am I using this for right now? This prevents the common pattern of checking one thing and then falling into 20 minutes of aimless scrolling. Embrace occasional discomfort. The Stoics advocated voluntary discomfort as a way to strengthen resilience. Similarly, noticing the discomfort that arises when you can't immediately check your phone and sitting with that feeling rather than instantly relieving it builds your capacity to control impulses. Distinguish between use and dependence. Ask yourself, am I using this tool to enhance my life, or has it become something I depend on for emotional regulation? This honest assessment helps maintain a healthy relationship with technology. Digital sabbaticals, the practice of periodic disconnection. One powerful way to implement these principles is through regular digital sabbaticals, periods of intentional disconnection from phones and other digital devices. These might range from brief daily breaks to longer weekly or monthly practices. For daily practice, consider implementing what some call the bookend method, keeping the first and last hour of each day device-free. This creates space for morning intention setting and evening reflection, two practices highly valued in Stoic philosophy. Sophia, our New York financial analyst, might begin by placing her phone in a drawer when she arrives home, creating an evening sanctuary where her attention can fully rest on preparing a meal, reading, or connecting with friends without digital interruption. She notices initial discomfort, phantom vibrations, the urge to check news headlines, wondering if she's missing important work communications. But as she consistently maintains this boundary, she discovers a deeper quality of presence in her evenings and more restful sleep. Weekly practices might include a screen-free Saturday or digital sunset where devices are powered down from sunset to sunrise. These longer periods allow your brain to fully disengage from digital stimulation and often result in surprising insights and mental clarity. Many people report that their best ideas and most important realizations come during these extended breaks from constant connectivity. Monthly or quarterly, consider a more substantial digital retreat, perhaps a full weekend without phones or social media. For many, this practice initially provokes anxiety, what psychologists now call FOMO, or fear of missing out, but most report that after the initial adjustment period, they experience a profound sense of relief and perspective that carries forward when they re-engage with technology. The neuroscience of attention recovery. These practices aren't just philosophical, they're grounded in how our brains function. Neuroscientist Dr. Daniel Levitin explains that constant connectivity forces our brains to remain in a high alert state, continually monitoring for potential threats or rewards. This depletes neural resources needed for deeper thinking, creativity, and emotional regulation. When we disconnect, we allow our brains to shift from what neuroscientists call task-positive networks, focused on external goals and immediate responses, to task-negative or default mode networks. This latter state is essential for integrating experiences, connecting disparate ideas, and developing insight, precisely the kind of thinking the Stoics valued for philosophical reflection. Research from the University of Michigan demonstrates that even brief nature walks without devices improve attention and memory by up to 20%. The researchers attribute this to what they call attention restoration theory. Natural environments and device-free time allow our directed attention faculties to replenish after being depleted by constant digital demands. This aligns perfectly with the Stoic emphasis on periodic withdrawal for reflection. Seneca advised, "We ought to take outdoor walks so that the mind might be nourished and refreshed by the open air and deep breathing." The combination of physical movement, natural surroundings, and freedom from digital interruption creates optimal conditions for what the Stoics called clear thinking and what neuroscientists now measure as cognitive restoration. Recovering deep focus and presence. Beyond the general benefits of disconnection lies a more specific recovery, the capacity for deep focus. Cal Newport, author of Digital Minimalism, distinguishes between what he calls shallow work, quickly responding to emails, checking notifications, scanning headlines, and deep work. Focused concentration on challenging material that creates new value and builds skills. The Stoics similarly distinguished between scattered attention and focused contemplation. Epictetus advised his students, practice having your attention on one thing at a time. If you let your mind wander to something else, you have lost the day. When we deliberately disconnect from our phones, we create conditions for recovering this increasingly rare state of deep focus. Initially, you may notice your attention remains fragmented, jumping between thoughts, seeking novel stimulation, or returning to wonder about what might be happening online. This is normal. The neural pathways created by habitual digital checking don't disappear overnight. With consistent practice, however, your capacity for sustained attention gradually rebuilds. Many people describe a turning point, usually after several days of significant disconnection, when their minds seem to settle and they rediscover the pleasure of being fully absorbed in a single activity, whether reading, conversation, creative work, or simply experiencing their surroundings. This state of presence, being fully engaged with whatever you're doing, was central to Stoic practice. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, concentrate every minute on doing what's in front of you with precise and genuine seriousness, tenderly, willingly, with justice. Such concentration becomes possible only when we're not constantly pulled away by digital distractions. Social connections without digital mediation. Perhaps the most significant benefit of regular disconnection is the quality of our social interactions. The Stoics placed enormous value on human relationships, viewing them as essential to a well-lived life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We were born to work together," emphasizing our fundamentally social nature. Yet our phones often undermine precisely these connections. The research mentioned earlier from the Journal of Social and Personal Relationships is just one of many studies showing how digital devices degrade in-person interactions. Even when we're physically present, our divided attention communicates subtle devaluation of the person before us. By creating phone-free spaces for conversation, whether intimate dinners, family gatherings, or coffee with friends, we enable a different quality of connection. Without the interruption of notifications or the temptation to quickly check something, we can practice what psychologists call active listening. Giving our complete attention to understanding another person rather than waiting for our turn to speak, or half listening while mentally elsewhere. Sophia might notice that after implementing a phones in a basket policy during dinner with friends, conversations become deeper, more memories are formed, and she leaves feeling genuinely refreshed rather than still mentally scattered between physical and digital worlds. The strengthened social connections create a positive feedback loop, making it easier to choose presence over digital distraction in the future. Practical implementation, Stoic strategies for digital balance. Moving from philosophical understanding to practical action requires specific strategies. Here are several approaches drawn from both Stoic wisdom and contemporary research. Create physical distance. The University of Texas research mentioned earlier found that cognitive capacity increases significantly when phones are placed in another room rather than just turned over or put away. Consider designating specific locations in your home or office as phone repositories, places where devices rest while you engage in other activities. Use technology to limit technology. Apps like Freedom, Forest, or Screen Time settings allow you to block distracting sites and apps during designated periods. This aligns with the Stoic principle of creating supportive environments for virtue rather than relying solely on willpower. Practice mindful transitions. When ending a period of disconnection, don't immediately dive back into the digital flood. Take a moment to set intentions for how you'll engage with technology. What specific purposes will it serve? This maintains your agency rather than defaulting to habitual patterns. Create visible reminders. The Stoics used short maxims or phrases, what they called epithets, to remind themselves of philosophical principles. Place physical reminders about intentional technology use where you'll see them regularly, perhaps a simple note on your phone itself saying, "Is this necessary right now?" Track and reflect. Keep a simple log of how disconnection practices affect your mood, productivity, and relationships. The Stoics emphasized self-knowledge through regular reflection. Noticing concrete benefits reinforces your commitment to balanced technology use. The deeper freedom from digital dependence to choice. At its heart, the Stoic approach to technology isn't about rejection but freedom, the capacity to choose your relationship with digital tools rather than being driven by habit, social pressure, or engineered psychological triggers. Epictetus defined freedom as living as you wish and no one wishing to live in dependence. Yet many of us have developed a form of dependence on our devices, using them to regulate emotions, fill empty moments, avoid discomfort, and maintain a sense of connection. This dependence, while not as visibly harmful as chemical addictions, nevertheless constrains our freedom in subtle but powerful ways. When you practice regular disconnection, you discover that you can exist comfortably without constant digital stimulation. Boredom becomes not a problem to solve with scrolling, but a valuable state that often precedes creativity. Solitude transforms from something to be avoided into a refreshing space for self-connection. The anxious FOMO gives way to JOMO, the joy of missing out on digital noise to be present for your actual life. This shift from dependence to choice represents the deeper promise of the Stoic approach to technology. As Epictetus taught, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. We cannot control the digital environment that surrounds us, but we can control our response to it, creating intentional practices that serve our values and well-being. Conclusion: the mindful choice. Each time you deliberately set aside your phone, whether for an hour, a day, or longer, you make a philosophical statement about what you value. You assert that your attention is worth protecting, that presence matters more than constant connectivity, and that you choose to be the master of your technological tools rather than mastered by them. This isn't about perfection or purity. The Stoics advocated balance in all things, not extreme positions. The goal isn't never using digital technology, but using it consciously in ways that enhance rather than diminish your life. As you experiment with periods of disconnection, notice not just what you're giving up, but what you're gaining: deeper conversations, more restful sleep, greater creativity, moments of insight, and a renewed sense of agency over your attention and time. In a world increasingly designed to capture and monetize every moment of our attention, the simple act of turning off your phone sometimes becomes a radical assertion of philosophical freedom. As Marcus Aurelius might say if he lived in our digital age, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. In the context of our hyper-connected world, that strength begins when you power down. Focus on the good stuff you've got, the Stoic practice of gratitude. In a culture obsessed with more possessions, more accomplishments, more experiences, more followers, there exists a paradox. The endless pursuit of more often blinds us to the abundance we already possess. We chase future acquisitions while failing to appreciate what's already ours, creating a perpetual state of perceived scarcity regardless of our actual circumstances. This phenomenon isn't unique to our modern consumer society. 2,000 years ago, the Stoic philosopher Seneca observed this same human tendency, writing in a letter to his friend Lucilius, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." With this simple statement, he captured what might be the most transformative insight of Stoic philosophy. True wealth lies not in what you possess, but in your relationship to what you possess. The practice of focusing on what you already have, what we now call gratitude, stands as one of the most powerful Stoic techniques for cultivating well-being, resilience, and inner peace. Far from being a simplistic, just be grateful platitude, the Stoic approach to gratitude involves specific cognitive practices designed to counteract our natural tendency toward dissatisfaction and craving. The hedonic treadmill, why more never feels like enough. Before we explore the Stoic approach to gratitude, let's understand the psychological mechanism it addresses. Psychologists call it the hedonic treadmill, or hedonic adaptation, our remarkable ability to quickly return to a relatively stable level of happiness despite major positive or negative changes in our circumstances. You've likely experienced this yourself. Remember how that raise, new apartment, or relationship milestone initially brought such joy. Then, within weeks or months, it became the new normal and your happiness returned to baseline. The promotion that once felt like a dream achievement now feels like just your job. The apartment that represented success now reveals its flaws and limitations. The relationship milestone gives way to routine. This adaptation served our ancestors well. It kept them striving for improvement rather than becoming complacent. But in our modern world of endless options and constant comparison, this same mechanism creates perpetual dissatisfaction. Social media amplifies this effect, presenting carefully curated highlights of others' lives against which we measure our complete, messy reality. The ancient Stoics recognized this pattern centuries before modern psychology named it. Marcus Aurelius warned himself, "Do not indulge in dreams of having what you have not, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess, and then thankfully remember how you would crave for them if they were not yours." In this single sentence, he outlined what contemporary psychologists would later identify as one of the most powerful interventions for sustainable happiness, the practice of gratitude. The Stoic approach to gratitude, not just positive thinking. The Stoic practice of gratitude differs significantly from simplistic, positive thinking or generic advice to count your blessings. It involves specific cognitive techniques designed to counteract our natural tendencies toward dissatisfaction and entitlement. At its core, Stoic gratitude practice includes three key elements. Negative visualization, mentally rehearsing the loss of what you value. Present moment awareness, fully experiencing what's already here. Understanding impermanence, recognizing the temporary nature of all possessions and circumstances. Let's explore each of these practices and how they work together to transform your relationship with what you already have. Negative visualization, the art of imagined loss. Remember that all we have is on loan from fortune, which can reclaim it without our permission, indeed, without even advance notice. Thus, we should love all our dear ones, but always with the thought that we have no promise that we may keep them forever, nay, no promise even that we may keep them for long. Seneca. This practice, which the Stoics called premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils, involves deliberately imagining the loss of what you value, your health, relationships, possessions, or capabilities. Far from being morbid or pessimistic, this mental exercise serves to heighten appreciation for what might otherwise be taken for granted. Modern research confirms the effectiveness of this approach. In a study at the University of Virginia, participants who were asked to imagine their romantic relationships ending reported higher levels of gratitude and commitment afterward compared to control groups. The brief contemplation of loss made what they had seem more precious. How might this work in practice? Sophia, our Manhattan financial analyst, might take a moment during her morning routine to imagine temporarily losing her ability to walk, her vision, or her cognitive capabilities. She might visualize her apartment building catching fire, with everyone safely evacuated, of course, and losing her material possessions. She might even briefly contemplate the eventual loss of loved ones or her own mortality. The point isn't to dwell on these scenarios with anxiety or fear, but to use them as contrast that highlights the value of what currently exists. After just a minute or two of such visualization, everyday experiences, the sensation of walking through Central Park, the sight of the city skyline, conversations with colleagues, even mundane possessions, take on renewed significance. Epictetus, who began life as a slave and experienced genuine hardship, taught his students, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." Negative visualization helps us become this wise person by shifting attention from what's missing to what's present. Present moment awareness, fully experiencing what's already here. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient, for he that is so wants nothing. Seneca. Our minds tend to time travel, dwelling on past regrets or anxiously anticipating future scenarios, while missing the experiences available in the present moment. The Stoics recognized this tendency and advocated practices to counter it, emphasizing that the present moment is the only time we can actually experience and influence. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Do not disturb yourself by picturing your life as a whole. Rather, make yourself content with what is happening to you at this moment, and meet with kindness the people with whom you deal just now." This practice of present moment awareness, what we now call mindfulness, forms the foundation for genuine gratitude. Modern neuroscience has validated this ancient wisdom. When we direct our attention fully to present experiences, whether tasting food, feeling physical sensations, or engaging in conversation, different brain networks activate than when we're on autopilot. Brain regions associated with sensory processing, pleasure, and emotional regulation show increased activity, while areas linked to rumination and anxiety become less active. This explains why deliberately attending to experiences we often take for granted, the taste of morning coffee, the sensation of warm water in the shower, the faces of people we see daily, can substantially increase our sense of well-being. It's not that these experiences become objectively better, rather we experience them more fully by bringing conscious awareness to them. For Sophia in New York, this might mean taking a moment to truly taste her morning coffee instead of drinking it while checking emails, or actually noticing the architecture of buildings she passes daily on her commute. Or fully listening to her colleague's story instead of mentally preparing her response. These small shifts in attention transform ordinary moments from background noise into sources of genuine appreciation. Understanding impermanence, the temporary nature of all things. All things human are short-lived and perishable. Seneca. The third component of Stoic gratitude practice involves deeply recognizing the impermanent nature of all circumstances, relationships, and possessions. This isn't meant to provoke anxiety, but to heighten appreciation through awareness of transience. The Buddhist tradition captures this with the principle of anicca, impermanence, and the Stoics expressed similar insights. They understood that acknowledging the temporary nature of what we have paradoxically increases our capacity to value it in the present. Marcus Aurelius advised himself to constantly visualize the whole of time and the whole of substance, recognizing how brief human life is within the cosmic scale. This perspective shift doesn't diminish the value of our experiences, but rather intensifies them, making each moment more precious precisely because it won't last forever. Epictetus used a powerful metaphor to express this with regard to whatever objects give you delight, are useful, or are deeply loved. Remember to tell yourself of what general nature they are, beginning from the most insignificant things. If, for example, you are fond of a specific ceramic cup, remind yourself that it is only ceramic cups in general of which you are fond. Then, if it breaks, you will not be disturbed. This might sound like emotional detachment, but it's actually the opposite. By recognizing the impermanent nature of what we value, we develop a more tender, appreciative relationship with it while it exists. We stop taking it for granted precisely because we know it won't last forever. The science of gratitude, ancient wisdom meets modern research. While the Stoics developed their gratitude practices through philosophical reasoning and personal experience, contemporary research has validated their insights with remarkable consistency. Dr. Robert Emmons, the world's leading scientific expert on gratitude, has conducted multiple studies demonstrating that regular gratitude practice significantly improves psychological well-being. In one study, participants who kept weekly gratitude journals reported better sleep, higher energy levels, more optimism, and stronger connections with others compared to control groups. Brain imaging studies reveal that gratitude practices activate regions associated with moral reasoning, reward processing, and bonding, particularly the ventromedial prefrontal cortex. Regular gratitude practice appears to create lasting changes in these neural networks, making the brain more sensitive to future experiences of gratitude in a positive feedback loop. Perhaps most remarkably, gratitude practices show physiological benefits beyond psychological well-being. Research at the University of California found that people who practice gratitude regularly have stronger immune systems, lower blood pressure, and higher heart rate variability, a marker of cardiac health. They also report fewer physical symptoms like headaches, gastrointestinal problems, and respiratory infections. These findings would not have surprised the Stoics, who understood the deep connection between psychological state and physical health. Epictetus taught that it is not the things themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about those things. By changing our judgments through gratitude practice, we transform our physical experience as well. Practical gratitude exercises from Stoic philosophy. How can we implement these Stoic principles in daily life? Here are 4 practical exercises derived from Stoic teachings and supported by contemporary research. 1. The evening review. The Stoics practice daily reflection, examining their actions and experiences. Marcus Aurelius wrote his Meditations primarily as personal notes during such reflections. Create your own evening practice by asking 3 questions. What went well today that I can appreciate? What challenges did I face? And what can I learn from them? What aspects of my life do I currently take for granted that I would deeply miss if they were gone? Spend just 5 to 10 minutes writing responses to these questions. Research shows that the physical act of writing enhances the benefits compared to mental reflection alone. 2. The perspective shift. Epictetus advised his students to routinely consider their circumstances from different angles. Practice this by periodically asking, How would someone with fewer resources view my current situation? What would my present self have thought about my current circumstances 5 years ago? If these elements of my life were suddenly returned to me after being lost, how would I feel? This exercise leverages contrast to highlight aspects of your life that habituation has rendered invisible. 3. The gratitude walk. Stoic philosophers often walked while teaching, using physical movement to enhance mental clarity. Combine this with gratitude practice by taking a 10 to 15-minute walk focused exclusively on noticing things to appreciate. Pay attention to physical sensations, the ability to walk, breathe, see, hear, natural elements, sky, trees, weather, animals, human creations, architecture, infrastructure, technology, social fabric, the countless people whose work makes your life possible. This practice combines present moment awareness with appreciation, creating a powerful state of engaged gratitude. 4. The Stoic letter. Seneca wrote extensive letters to friends exploring philosophical topics. Adapt this practice by writing a letter, not necessarily to send, expressing specific gratitude to someone who has positively impacted your life. Include concrete examples of what they did or said, how their actions affected you, what qualities you appreciate about them, how your life would be different without their influence. Research shows that this exercise significantly boosts well-being for both the writer and, if shared, the recipient. Beyond personal practice, gratitude as social philosophy. The Stoics understood gratitude not just as an individual psychological practice, but as a fundamental social orientation. Their philosophy emphasized that humans exist in a web of interdependence, what Marcus Aurelius called the cosmic city, where all beings are fellow citizens deserving of respect and appreciation. This perspective naturally generates what we might call extended gratitude. Appreciation not just for what directly benefits us, but for the vast network of people, processes, and natural systems that make our lives possible. This expanded awareness counteracts the illusion of self-sufficiency that often prevents genuine gratitude. Consider your morning coffee. A Stoic gratitude practice might involve appreciating not just the taste and aroma, but the entire chain of human effort behind it. The farmers who cultivated the beans, the workers who processed and transported them, the engineers who designed the brewing equipment, the scientists who developed water purification systems, and countless others who made that simple pleasure possible. This extended gratitude creates what psychologists call upward spirals, positive feedback loops where gratitude enhances social connection, which in turn provides more opportunities for gratitude. Research shows that people who practice gratitude regularly are more likely to help others, more generous with time and resources, and more forgiving of mistakes. All qualities the Stoics would recognize as virtues. Gratitude in difficult circumstances, the ultimate Stoic challenge. Convince yourself that everything that happens justly, and if you observe carefully, you will find this to be so. Marcus Aurelius. Perhaps the most profound aspect of Stoic gratitude is the challenge to find appreciation even in difficult circumstances. The Stoics didn't advocate toxic positivity or denial of suffering. Rather, they sought to identify opportunities for growth, learning, and meaning within challenging experiences. Epictetus, who experienced slavery and physical disability, taught that difficulties themselves could become objects of gratitude when viewed as opportunities to practice virtue. Difficulties are things that show a person what they are. When a challenge comes along, remember that God, like a trainer of wrestlers, has matched you with a tough young buck. For what purpose? So that you may become an Olympic conqueror, and this cannot be accomplished without sweat. Modern research on post-traumatic growth confirms this perspective. Studies show that many people who face significant adversity ultimately report positive psychological changes, including greater appreciation for life, more meaningful relationships, enhanced personal strength, recognition of new possibilities, and spiritual development. The key, both in Stoic philosophy and contemporary psychology, lies in how we frame experiences, whether we view challenges solely as threats or also as opportunities for meaning and growth. This doesn't mean pretending hardship is pleasant, but rather finding value within it through deliberate cognitive practices. For Sophia in Manhattan, this might mean reframing a difficult project at work not just as stress, but as an opportunity to develop new skills and demonstrate resilience. Or viewing a relationship conflict not just as painful, but as a chance to practice compassion and communication. The circumstances themselves don't change, but her relationship to them transforms through this cognitive reappraisal. Conclusion: gratitude as a way of being. The Stoic practice of gratitude goes far beyond occasionally counting your blessings or maintaining a gratitude journal. It represents a fundamental orientation to experience, a way of perceiving and relating to the world that acknowledges the abundance already present rather than focusing on what's lacking. Through specific practices like negative visualization, present moment awareness, and recognition of impermanence, we can cultivate what psychologists call trait gratitude, a stable tendency to notice and appreciate the positive in life rather than taking it for granted. This orientation doesn't make us passive or complacent. The Stoics were known for their engaged citizenship and commitment to justice. Rather, gratitude provides the psychological foundation for meaningful action by grounding us in appreciation for what exists while working to improve what can be changed. As Epictetus taught, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." In a world constantly telling us we need more to be happy, this ancient wisdom offers a radical alternative. The recognition that genuine wealth lies not in what you possess, but in your capacity to appreciate what's already yours. Let go of grudges, the freedom of forgiveness. We all carry them: the colleague who took credit for your work, the friend who betrayed your confidence, the family member who said something unforgivable during an argument, the partner who broke your trust. Grudges can feel like possessions we're entitled to keep, justified responses to genuine injuries. We hold onto them as if they offer protection, as if maintaining our resentment will somehow prevent future harm or balance the scales of justice. But what if these grudges, these carefully preserved grievances we carry, are actually harming us far more than the people who wronged us? What if, as the Stoic philosophers understood thousands of years ago, resentment is a form of self-administered poison? The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury, wrote Marcus Aurelius in his personal journal. With this simple statement, the philosopher-emperor captured a profound insight. Holding grudges keeps us tethered to the very behaviors and people we found harmful. True freedom comes not from clinging to resentment, but from releasing its grip on our thoughts and emotions. The hidden cost of harboring grudges. When someone wrongs us, our natural response is often indignation and anger, emotions that served important evolutionary functions, alerting us to violations of social norms and motivating protective actions. These initial reactions aren't the problem. The issue arises when temporary emotional responses crystallize into enduring grudges, persistent patterns of resentment, rehearsed grievances, and desires for revenge or vindication. These grudges exact a surprisingly steep price, one that modern psychological research has only recently begun to quantify. Studies published by the American Psychological Association have found that people who tend to harbor grudges experience higher rates of heart disease, immune system dysfunction, chronic pain, and anxiety disorders compared to those who practice forgiveness. One longitudinal study at Duke University Medical Center found that people who scored high on measures of forgiveness had lower rates of depression and anxiety and reported greater life satisfaction across several decades. The Stoics intuited these connections between mental and physical well-being. Seneca observed that anger, if not restrained, is frequently more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it. He recognized that while the original injury might have been temporary, our ongoing resentment creates continuous suffering entirely of our own making. Consider how grudges affect your daily experience. When you encounter the person who wronged you, your body tenses, your heart rate increases, and stress hormones flood your system. Even thinking about the grievance triggers this physiological response. Over time, this chronic stress response takes a significant toll on your cardiovascular, immune, and nervous systems. Your body doesn't distinguish between present threats and remembered or imagined ones. Beyond these physical effects, grudges consume remarkable amounts of cognitive and emotional resources. The mental rehearsal of past wrongs, replaying what happened, what should have happened, what you wish you'd said, occupies mental bandwidth that could be directed toward growth, creativity, or present moment enjoyment. As Marcus Aurelius cautioned, how much more harmful are the consequences of anger and grief than the circumstances that aroused them in us? The Stoic perspective on injury and response. The Stoic approach to handling wrongs differs significantly from both passive acceptance and vengeful retaliation. It centers on a fundamental insight. While we cannot control others' actions toward us, we maintain complete control over our response. Epictetus, who experienced slavery before becoming a philosopher, expressed this principle clearly. Remember that it is not he who reviles you or strikes you who insults you, but your judgment that these things are insulting. This isn't to deny that genuine harms occur or that some actions are objectively wrong. Rather, it's to locate our suffering precisely where we have power to address it, in our interpretations and responses. When someone acts poorly toward us, the Stoics advocated a particular cognitive pathway. Recognize that the harm came from the other person's flawed understanding. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, when people injure you, ask yourself what good or harm they thought would come of it. If you understand that, you'll feel sympathy rather than outrage or anger. This doesn't excuse harmful behavior but contextualizes it as arising from ignorance rather than inherent evil. Separate the action from your added judgments about it. The event itself is one thing. Your interpretation that it means the person disrespects you, that you've been irreparably harmed, that justice requires retaliation is another. By distinguishing the bare facts from your judgments about them, you create space for a more measured response. Choose a response aligned with your values rather than reactive emotions. As Epictetus advised, someone has wronged you? Do not respond with further wrong. The Stoics believed that virtue, expressed through wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, was the only true good. Acting with virtue, even toward those who had wronged you, was the surest path to genuine well-being. These principles form the foundation for what we now call forgiveness, not excusing harmful behavior or pretending it didn't happen, but choosing to release the emotional burden of resentment for your own well-being. The neuroscience of grudges and forgiveness. Modern neuroscience offers fascinating insights into why grudges are so difficult to release and how forgiveness practices physically reshape our brains. When we experience betrayal or injury, the amygdala, our brain's alarm system, activates, triggering the fight or flight response. Simultaneously, the incident gets encoded in emotional memory through the hippocampus, often with heightened intensity due to the stress hormones present during the experience. When we harbor grudges, we repeatedly reactivate these neural pathways, strengthening them through what neuroscientists call long-term potentiation, essentially neurons that fire together wire together. Over time, just thinking about the person who wronged us automatically triggers this established circuit of threat detection, emotional reactivity, and stress response. Forgiveness practices appear to engage different neural networks, particularly regions in the prefrontal cortex associated with perspective taking, emotional regulation, and cognitive reappraisal. Brain imaging studies show that when people practice forgiveness exercises, activity increases in these executive function areas while decreasing in reactivity centers like the amygdala. Perhaps most remarkably, longitudinal studies suggest that regular forgiveness practices can actually change the structure of the brain over time, increasing gray matter volume in regions associated with empathy and emotional regulation while reducing reactivity in threat detection networks. These physical changes help explain why forgiveness tends to become easier with practice. We're literally rewiring our brains to respond differently to remembered or future injuries. Practical forgiveness, a Stoic approach. How do we translate these philosophical principles and scientific findings into practical action? The Stoics would remind us that forgiveness is not a single decision but a process, a series of practices that gradually transforms our relationship to past injuries. Here's a structured approach drawn from both Stoic wisdom and contemporary psychological research. 1. Clarify what forgiveness is and isn't. Before beginning the forgiveness process, it's important to address common misconceptions. Forgiveness doesn't mean denying that a wrong occurred, excusing harmful behavior, reconciling with the person who harmed you, though that may sometimes follow, forgetting what happened, feeling warm emotions toward the person. Rather, forgiveness means acknowledging the reality of what occurred, choosing to release the emotional charge of resentment, recognizing that continued anger primarily harms yourself, reclaiming your peace of mind from the control of past events. As Seneca wrote, forgiveness is giving up the hope that the past could be any different. This clear-eyed acceptance of reality forms the foundation for genuine forgiveness. 2. Examine your interpretations of the event. The Stoics emphasized distinguishing between events themselves and our judgments about them. When working to forgive, ask yourself, what are the bare facts of what happened? Separate from interpretations. What meaning have I attached to these events? How might the person who harmed me have viewed their actions? What context or prior experiences might have influenced their behavior? This practice of cognitive reappraisal doesn't excuse harmful actions but helps dismantle the narrative of intentional malice that often accompanies grudges. As Marcus Aurelius advised, when you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they cannot tell good from evil. 3. Practice perspective taking. The Stoics believed that harmful behavior stems from ignorance rather than inherent evil. Epictetus taught his students to recognize that people who act poorly do so because they have mistaken views about what is good for them. This perspective naturally generates compassion rather than continued resentment. Try this exercise adapted from both Stoic teachings and modern therapeutic approaches. Imagine the person who harmed you as a child developing their understanding of the world based on whatever influences surrounded them. Consider what fear, pain, or mistaken belief might have driven their harmful behavior. Reflect on times when you yourself have acted from ignorance and caused harm to others. This isn't about excusing behavior but understanding its origins. As Seneca noted, no wise man ever punished because a wrong had been done, but that wrong should not be done. Punishment motivated by vengeance rather than correction or protection reflects the same error as the original harmful act. 4. Redirect attention to your own values and growth. The Stoics taught that virtue, expressing wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance in our actions, is the only true good. When dealing with past injuries, they would advise focusing not on what was done to you but on how you will respond in accordance with your values. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." Rather than becoming bitter or seeking to harm those who hurt you, direct your energy toward becoming the best version of yourself. This approach transforms injury from something that diminishes you into an opportunity for growth and virtue. Psychologist Viktor Frankl, whose approach shares many elements with Stoicism, expressed this powerfully after surviving Nazi concentration camps. The last of the human freedoms is to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. By choosing to respond to injury with growth rather than resentment, you reclaim your agency and transform suffering into meaning. 5. Practice graduated exposure to difficult emotions. The Stoics advocated facing difficult emotions directly rather than avoiding them. When working with forgiveness, deliberately bring to mind the person who harmed you in small doses, noticing the physical and emotional reactions that arise. Rather than being carried away by these reactions, practice observing them with some detachment. As you do this regularly, the emotional charge typically diminishes through a process psychologists call extinction, the gradual weakening of conditioned responses when the anticipated negative outcome doesn't occur. Your body learns that remembering the person or incident doesn't actually present an immediate threat, reducing the automatic stress response. Epictetus advised his students to make it your study then to confront every harsh impression with the words, "You are but an impression and not at all what you seem to be." This practice of stepping back from our immediate emotional reactions creates space for a more considered response. Forgiveness in action, applied Stoicism for modern life. To illustrate how these principles might work in practice, let's return to Sophia, our New York financial analyst from the opening story. Imagine she's harboring resentment toward a colleague who took credit for her work on a major project 6 months ago. The incident led to the colleague receiving a promotion that Sophia felt she deserved, and she finds herself ruminating on the injustice whenever they interact. Applying Stoic forgiveness principles, Sophia might clarify her understanding of forgiveness, recognizing that forgiving her colleague doesn't mean approving of their behavior or pretending the harm didn't occur. Rather, it means choosing to release the emotional burden of resentment for her own well-being. Examine her interpretations, distinguishing between what actually happened. Colleague presented Sophia's analysis without proper attribution and the meaning she's attached. Colleague is malicious and deliberately sabotaged her career. She might consider alternative interpretations. Perhaps the colleague was thoughtless rather than malicious, or insecure rather than calculating. Practice perspective taking, considering what might have motivated her colleague's behavior. Perhaps they grew up in a household where taking credit was the only way to receive recognition, or they're operating from intense fear about their own job security. Redirect attention to her values rather than focusing on punishing her colleague or ruminating on the injustice. Sophia redirects her energy toward performing excellent work with integrity, building stronger documentation of her contributions, and mentoring junior team members to create a more collaborative culture. Practice graduated exposure. When she notices herself tensing up before meetings with this colleague, she acknowledges the physical sensations without judgment, reminding herself, "This is just my body reacting to an old injury. I am safe now and I can choose how to respond." Over time, Sophia might notice that the colleague's presence no longer triggers the same intensity of emotional reaction. She can interact professionally without the weight of resentment coloring the encounter. The energy previously consumed by grudge holding becomes available for her current projects and relationships. She hasn't forgotten what happened, but it no longer controls her emotional state or defines her workplace experience. The broader impact: forgiveness beyond the individual. While the Stoics emphasized individual practice, they also understood that our actions ripple outward, affecting the communities we inhabit. When we practice forgiveness, we don't just change our own internal state, we potentially transform our relationships and social environments. Research in conflict resolution settings shows that forgiveness interventions can break cycles of retaliation that otherwise perpetuate harm across generations. In post-conflict societies from South Africa to Rwanda, forgiveness practices have played crucial roles in healing collective trauma and rebuilding social cohesion. On a smaller scale, when you release grudges in your own relationships, you create space for genuine communication and potentially resolution. Your forgiveness doesn't depend on the other person's acknowledgement or apology. It's a unilateral choice for your own freedom, but it often creates conditions where reconciliation becomes possible if appropriate. Moreover, by modeling forgiveness, you demonstrate its possibilities to others. As Marcus Aurelius noted, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Your lived example of moving beyond resentment to constructive engagement may inspire others far more effectively than any verbal advocacy for forgiveness. Conclusion: the ultimate freedom. The inability to forgive is like taking poison and hoping the other person will die. This modern saying captures what the Stoics understood centuries ago, that resentment primarily harms the one who harbors it. When we hold grudges, we remain chained to the very people and experiences we wish to move beyond. Forgiveness, from the Stoic perspective, isn't a gift you give someone else, it's freedom you grant yourself. It's the decision to stop allowing past injuries to control your present experience. As Epictetus taught, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. We cannot control whether others acknowledge their wrongs, offer apologies, or change their behavior. We cannot rewrite the past to undo the harms we've experienced. But we maintain absolute control over our response, over whether we carry the weight of resentment through our lives or set it down and walk forward unburdened. The path of forgiveness isn't easy or instant. It's a practice we return to repeatedly, often working through layers of hurt and anger before reaching genuine release. But with each step, we reclaim a bit more of our peace, our energy, and our capacity for joy. We move from being defined by what was done to us toward defining ourselves by how we choose to live now. As you consider the grudges you might be carrying, remember that releasing them doesn't mean the actions against you were acceptable. It means you're choosing not to let those actions dictate your emotional life any longer. In Stoic terms, you're refusing to give others power over the one thing that is truly your own, your capacity to choose your response. This is perhaps the ultimate freedom, not the absence of injury, which none of us can guarantee, but the ability to respond to injury with wisdom, dignity, and an open heart that refuses to be diminished by others' actions. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. Get outside and connect with nature, finding harmony in the natural world. Think about your typical day for a moment. How much of it do you spend indoors, surrounded by artificial lighting, climate-controlled air, and screens of various sizes? For many of us, especially those living in urban environments like New York City, the answer is startling. Often 90% or more of our waking hours are spent inside human-made environments, disconnected from the natural world. This indoor existence represents a radical departure from how humans lived for most of our evolutionary history. For thousands of generations, our ancestors spent their days immersed in natural settings, their bodies and minds attuned to seasonal rhythms, weather patterns, and the daily cycle of light and darkness. Now, in just a few generations, we've created a way of life that keeps us perpetually separated from these natural influences. The consequences of this separation are becoming increasingly clear. Research links our indoor lifestyle to rising rates of chronic health conditions, mood disorders, attention problems, and a general sense of disconnection that psychologists sometimes call nature deficit disorder. Something fundamental to our well-being appears to be missing when we lose regular contact with the natural world. The ancient Stoics, despite living in far less technologically advanced times, already recognized the importance of maintaining harmony with nature. In fact, living in accordance with nature was one of their core philosophical principles. They understood something that modern science is now rediscovering. Human flourishing depends on reconnecting with the natural systems we evolved within and remain part of, regardless of how much concrete and technology we surround ourselves with. The Stoic view harmony with nature as philosophical foundation. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. This saying, which captures the essence of natural wisdom, reflects the Stoic understanding that the natural world operates according to its own perfect rhythms we would do well to observe and align with rather than constantly resist. The Stoic conception of living according to nature had two complementary meanings. First, it meant living in accordance with our own nature as rational and social beings capable of virtue. Second, it meant recognizing ourselves as integral parts of the larger natural world, subject to its laws and patterns. Far from seeing these as constraints, the Stoics viewed alignment with nature as the path to genuine freedom and flourishing. Marcus Aurelius, who often retreated from the pressures of ruling the Roman Empire to reconnect with natural settings, wrote, "All things are connected with one another, and the bond is sacred, for they are coordinated in the same order. And they combine to make the same world order." He understood that humans, despite our unique capacities for reason and choice, remain fundamentally embedded in natural systems affected by and dependent upon them. For the Stoics, nature wasn't merely a pleasant backdrop or resource to be used, but a source of wisdom and proportion. By observing natural processes, the turning of seasons, the growth of plants, the behaviors of animals, they believed we could discern universal patterns that should inform how we live and think. Seneca advised regular walks in open air and exposure to natural elements as essential for mental clarity. We ought to take outdoor walks so that the mind might be nourished and refreshed by the open air and deep breathing. He recognized that physical immersion in natural settings had direct effects on thought quality and emotional balance. Even Epictetus, who focused intensely on disciplining the mind, acknowledged that our embodied connection to nature cannot be ignored. Don't seek to have events happen as you wish, but wish them to happen as they do happen, and your life will go well. This acceptance of natural reality, including the weather, the seasons, and our own biological needs, forms a cornerstone of Stoic equanimity. Modern science confirms ancient wisdom. What the Stoics intuited through philosophical observation, contemporary research has validated through rigorous scientific study. The field of environmental psychology has documented numerous ways that natural settings benefit human health and cognition. A landmark study published in Environmental Health Perspectives found that spending just 20 minutes in a natural setting significantly reduces levels of cortisol, the hormone associated with stress. Participants who sat or walked in natural environments showed measurable decreases in stress markers compared to those in urban environments, even when controlling for physical activity levels. This finding alone has profound implications. Chronic elevated cortisol is linked to numerous health problems, including cardiovascular disease, immune dysfunction, weight gain, and mood disorders. By regularly spending time in nature, we potentially address one of the most pervasive underlying causes of modern illness, chronic stress. The cognitive benefits are equally impressive. Research from Stanford University demonstrated that walking in natural settings reduces rumination, the repetitive negative thought patterns associated with depression and anxiety. Brain scans showed decreased activity in the subgenual prefrontal cortex, an area associated with mental illness after nature exposure. Participants reported their minds felt clearer, their mood improved, and their ability to focus sharpened. Additional studies have documented benefits including improved attention and memory. University of Michigan research found a 20% improvement after nature walks. Enhanced creativity and problem-solving capability. Better sleep quality and duration. Reduced inflammation markers throughout the body. Improved vision in children. Outdoor time appears to protect against myopia. Lower blood pressure and more stable blood glucose levels. Boosted immune function, including increased natural killer cell activity. Perhaps most fascinating is research on awe experiences in nature. When we encounter vast, powerful, or extraordinarily beautiful natural phenomena, from mountain vistas to starry skies to powerful storms viewed from safety, we often experience the emotion of awe, which research links to reduced inflammation, increased generosity, enhanced well-being, and a diminished sense of self-importance. This last effect, what researchers call the small self, aligns perfectly with the Stoic emphasis on proper perspective and humility within the cosmic order. Japanese forest bathing, ancient practice, modern validation. While Western science has only recently begun systematically studying nature's effects on health, other cultures maintain this wisdom continuously. In Japan, the practice of Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing, has been part of the national health program since 1982. This isn't exercise or hiking in the traditional sense, but mindfully immersing oneself in the forest atmosphere, engaging all senses. Studies of forest bathing participants show remarkable physiological changes, including increased production of anti-cancer proteins, decreased blood pressure, reduced stress hormone levels, improved heart rate variability, a marker of cardiovascular health, enhanced parasympathetic nervous system activity, the rest and digest state. Researchers attribute many of these benefits to phytoncides, organic compounds released by trees and plants that humans inhale when in forested settings. These compounds appear to strengthen human immune function, particularly natural killer cells that help fight cancer and infections. This aligns with what Marcus Aurelius might have been experiencing when he wrote, "People look for retreats for themselves in the countryside, but this is altogether a mark of the most common sort of person, for it is in your power whenever you shall choose to retire into yourself." For nowhere, either with more quiet or more freedom from trouble, does a person retire than into their own soul. Nature connection in urban environments. But I live in the city, you might be thinking. I don't have regular access to forests or wilderness. This is a reality for increasingly large portions of humanity, with over 56% of the global population now living in urban areas. Does this mean we must forfeit the benefits of nature connection? Not at all, according to research. Studies show that even small doses of nature in urban settings provide measurable benefits. Urban parks, tree-lined streets, community gardens, and even indoor plants create what researchers call micro-restorative experiences that cumulatively impact well-being. A study in The Lancet found that people living near urban green space reported better mental health and showed objective health improvements compared to those with less access, even controlling for socioeconomic factors. The dose appears to matter. More exposure correlates with greater benefits. But even brief, regular contact with natural elements makes a difference. For Sophia, our Manhattan financial analyst from the opening story, this might mean taking lunch breaks in nearby Bryant Park or Central Park rather than eating at her desk. Walking tree-lined side streets rather than major avenues during her commute. Spending weekend mornings in the community garden she began volunteering at. Keeping several plants in her office and apartment. Taking advantage of the city's proximity to larger natural areas like the Hudson River, Jamaica Bay Wildlife Refuge, or Gateway National Recreation Area for occasional longer immersions. These practices don't require massive lifestyle overhauls, just intentional choices to incorporate natural elements into existing routines. As Robin Wall Kimmerer, botanist and author, notes, even a wounded world is feeding us. Even a wounded world holds us, giving us moments of wonder and joy. I choose joy over despair, not because I have my head in the sand, but because joy is what the earth gives me daily and I must return the gift. Nature connection as Stoic practice beyond recreation. While enjoying natural settings certainly provides pleasure, the Stoic approach to nature connection goes deeper than mere recreation. It involves cultivating specific awareness and philosophical insight through our encounters with the natural world. Here are several Stoic-aligned practices for meaningful nature engagement. 1. Cosmic perspective practice. The Stoics regularly contemplated what Marcus Aurelius called the view from above, mentally stepping back to see human concerns within the vast context of natural processes. You can practice this by watching a sunset or sunrise with full attention, contemplating Earth's rotation. Stargazing at night, considering the immensity of space and time. Observing weather patterns or seasonal changes, noting their indifference to human preferences. Sitting beside bodies of water and reflecting on their ancient, continuous flow. This practice helps develop what Stoics considered proper perspective, understanding your place within the larger natural order without overinflating your importance or concerns. As Seneca wrote, the whole universe is a unity and God is one, and one is the concept of all friendly spirits, and one is our human race. 2. Natural resilience study. Nature provides countless models of resilience and adaptation that can inspire Stoic virtue. Practice observing plants growing through concrete or in challenging conditions, weather patterns and how various organisms respond to them, ecological succession in areas recovering from disturbance. seasonal transformations, and the patience they demonstrate. Epictetus taught students to learn from natural metaphors. The cucumber is bitter? Put it down. There are brambles in the path. Step to one side. That's all you need to do. Don't go adding. And why were such things brought into the world? Nature's indifference teaches us to respond appropriately without wasting energy on resistance to what cannot be changed. 3. Sensory awareness practice. Modern life trains us toward abstract thought at the expense of embodied awareness. Counter this tendency by deliberately engaging all senses in natural settings. Feel textures of bark, stones, leaves, and soil. Listen to ambient sounds. Wind, water, birds, insects. Observe intricate details usually overlooked. Plant structures, insect behaviors. Smell the complex aromatics of soil, vegetation, and air. If appropriate and safe, taste wild edibles under proper guidance. This practice develops what Stoics called prosoke, focused attention to the present moment. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Do not disturb yourself by picturing your life as a whole. Rather, make yourself content with what is happening to you at this moment." 4. Cyclical wisdom observation. Natural systems operate cyclically rather than linearly. By observing these patterns, we gain insight into the rhythms that might benefit our own lives. Notice the alternation of activity and rest in animals. Observe growth cycles in plants, periods of visible growth versus dormancy. Witness water cycles, evaporation, cloud formation, precipitation. Consider predator-prey relationships and ecosystem balance. These observations can inform how we structure our own lives, respecting the need for periods of productivity balanced with recovery, action with reflection. As Seneca noted, the mind must be given relaxation. It will rise improved and sharper after a good break. Just as rich fields must not be forced, their fertility will soon be exhausted if they are never allowed to lie fallow. So constant work will break the force of the mind. Practical implementation. Building a nature connection practice. How might someone like Sophia, leading a busy urban life, build a sustainable nature connection practice aligned with Stoic principles? Here's a framework that balances accessibility with depth. Daily, 5 to 15 minutes brief but intentional nature contact. Morning coffee by an open window, noticing sky, birds, or weather changes. Lunchtime visit to the nearest green space, even just a tree-lined plaza. Evening moment to observe sunset colors or night sky. Mindful attention to houseplants, window boxes, or small natural elements. Weekly, 30 to 60 minutes more substantial immersion. Weekend morning in a local park, practicing sensory awareness. Volunteer session at community garden or conservation project. Sit spot practice, returning to the same natural location to observe changes. Weather watching during storms, from safe locations. Monthly, 2+ hours extended nature engagement. Day trip to larger natural areas accessible from the city. Seasonal observation of specific locations to witness changes. Participation in citizen science projects monitoring local ecosystems. Extended stargazing or astronomical observation away from city lights. Seasonally, deeper wilderness immersion. Weekend trips to more remote natural areas. Participation in seasonal events. Migrations, blooms, meteor showers. personal retreat time spent primarily outdoors. Developing specific naturalist knowledge about local ecology. This tiered approach acknowledges the realities of modern urban life while creating multiple access points for nature connection. Even the busiest person can incorporate the daily practices, while the longer engagements provide progression and depth. Digital nature, supplement, not substitute. A note about virtual or digital nature experiences. While studies show that even nature videos or photographs can provide some stress reduction benefits, these effects are significantly smaller than direct physical exposure. Virtual nature may serve as a useful supplement, perhaps viewing natural landscapes during a quick work break, but doesn't replace the multisensory experience of actual immersion. The Stoics would likely view digital nature as we might regard reading about a delicious meal versus eating it. The description might stimulate appetite and appreciation, but doesn't provide genuine nourishment. As Epictetus noted, theoretical principles need to be digested. Like food, they need to be transformed into their own flesh and blood. Reciprocity beyond extraction to relationship. While focusing on nature's benefits for human well-being, we should acknowledge that the Stoic vision of living according to nature also implies ethical responsibility toward natural systems. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, all things are interwoven with one another, a sacred bond unites them, there is scarcely one thing that is isolated from another. Everything is coordinated, everything works together in giving form to one universe. This interconnection suggests that genuine harmony with nature involves reciprocity, not just taking benefits from natural settings, but contributing to their health and preservation. Modern research shows that this relationship goes both ways. When people develop regular nature connection practices, they typically become more environmentally conscious and supportive of conservation efforts. For Sophia in New York, this might manifest as participating in urban greening initiatives, supporting conservation organizations working to protect watershed lands that supply the city's drinking water, or advocating for more equitable access to green spaces in underserved communities. These actions align with the Stoic emphasis on justice as a core virtue, recognizing our obligations to the larger systems that sustain us. Conclusion: nature as teacher and healer. The Stoic invitation to reconnect with nature offers something profoundly countercultural in our technology-saturated, indoor-oriented society, the recognition that we remain biological beings embedded in natural systems, regardless of how much we might try to insulate ourselves from this reality. By deliberately stepping back into relationship with the natural world, we honor both our evolutionary heritage and philosophical wisdom. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, all things are interwoven with one another, and the bond is holy, and there is hardly anything unconnected with any other thing. This interconnection isn't merely poetic but practical. Our bodies and minds function best when they receive the inputs they evolved to expect from natural environments. The beauty of nature connection as a practice is that it remains universally accessible in some form, regardless of circumstance. Even in the densest urban environment, the sky above changes daily, plants push through cracks in sidewalks, birds adapt to city life, and weather patterns continue their ancient cycles. By bringing conscious attention to these elements, we begin reweaving connections that modern life has attenuated but cannot fully sever. In doing so, we don't reject modern conveniences or technological advances, but rather bring them into better balance with older, deeper rhythms. This is perhaps the most Stoic approach of all, neither clinging to the past nor blindly embracing every innovation, but thoughtfully integrating the best of both to create a life aligned with both our rational nature and the larger natural world we inhabit. As you consider your own relationship with nature, remember that even small steps matter. A moment of genuine attention to a houseplant, 5 minutes watching clouds from a city stoop, or a lunch break on a park bench can begin re-establishing connections that benefit both body and mind. The natural world remains patient, operating on timescales far beyond our hurried lives, ready to receive us whenever we choose to return. Pack your days with plans, the Stoic art of intentional living. Have you ever noticed how certain days seem to slip through your fingers, leaving you wondering where the time went? Perhaps you started with good intentions, but by evening you realize you've accomplished little that feels meaningful. In contrast, other days, often those with some structure or purpose, feel richly lived, as if you've truly made the most of your limited hours. This curious relationship between time, planning, and fulfillment fascinated the ancient Stoics as much as it does modern psychologists. Seneca, one of Stoicism's most eloquent voices, wrote an entire treatise called On the Shortness of Life, where he observed, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Life is long enough, and a sufficiently generous amount has been given to us for the highest achievements if it were all well invested." This insight captures a profound truth about human experience. The quality of our lives depends not merely on how many days we live, but on how we invest the time within those days. Packing your days with plans, not in the sense of frantic busyness, but through intentional structure and purposeful activity, represents one of the most powerful Stoic practices for creating a life of meaning and satisfaction. The Stoic view of time, our most precious non-renewable resource. For the Stoics, time held a special status among all possessions. Seneca continued his reflection by noting that while people carefully guard their property against theft, they allow others to encroach on their lives. Why? They themselves even invite in those who will take over their lives. He found it astonishing that people would carefully protect their material wealth while squandering something far more precious, their limited time on earth. This Stoic emphasis on valuing time wasn't driven by productivity obsession or capitalist notions of time is money. Rather, it reflected their understanding that a well-lived life requires conscious intention. Without deliberate planning and purpose, our days easily fill with what Marcus Aurelius called things of no use, activities that neither serve others nor develop our character. The Stoic approach to planning can be summarized in 3 principles. Recognize time's finite nature. Unlike money or possessions, lost time cannot be recovered. As Seneca reminded his friend Lucilius, nothing belongs to us entirely, nothing but our time. Distinguish between the valuable and the merely urgent. Not all activities deserve equal attention. The Stoics emphasized focusing on what truly matters, developing virtue, serving others, and engaging in meaningful work. Maintain flexibility within structure. While advocating for intentional planning, the Stoics also emphasized adaptability. Epictetus taught, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." These principles offer a balanced approach to daily planning, providing structure without rigidity, purpose without pressure, and intention without inflexibility. Modern research, the psychology of planning and well-being. Contemporary psychological research strongly supports the Stoic intuition about the relationship between planning and life satisfaction. Studies published in the Journal of Experimental Psychology have found that people who engage in structured goal setting and planning report significantly higher levels of happiness and perceived control over their lives. This connection operates through several mechanisms. Structure creates meaning. When we plan our days around activities aligned with our values, we experience what psychologists call orientation toward meaning, a sense that our actions connect to something larger than momentary pleasure. This orientation correlates strongly with life satisfaction and resilience during difficult times. Planning reduces decision fatigue. Each decision we make throughout the day depletes a limited resource of mental energy. When basic activities are planned in advance, we conserve this cognitive resource for more important decisions and creative thinking. Intentional structure counters the paradox of choice. While modern life offers unprecedented options for how to spend our time, research shows that excessive unstructured choice often leads to dissatisfaction and paralysis. Thoughtful planning narrows options to those aligned with our deeper values. Completed plans provide satisfaction. The psychological experience of setting an intention and then fulfilling it activates reward centers in the brain, creating a virtuous cycle of motivation and accomplishment. This effect appears strongest when plans align with personally meaningful goals rather than externally imposed expectations. Importantly, research distinguishes between beneficial planning and harmful overstructuring. The key difference lies in flexibility and internal motivation. Plans that serve as helpful frameworks while allowing adaptation produce well-being, while rigid schedules imposed from external pressures tend to increase stress and reduce satisfaction. Time bank, a Stoic metaphor for intentional living. Imagine your time as a bank account that receives a daily deposit of 86,400 seconds. Unlike financial accounts, this one has special rules. You must spend the entire amount each day, as no balance carries over to tomorrow. You can't save time or borrow against future deposits. Once each second passes, it's gone forever. Given these constraints, how would you approach spending this precious currency? The Stoics would suggest a deliberate allocation strategy. Just as a wise investor doesn't put all their funds into a single stock, the wise time investor doesn't allocate all their hours to a single domain of life. Instead, they create a balanced portfolio that reflects their deepest values and purposes. For someone like Sophia from our opening story, this might mean deliberately allocating her daily time portfolio across categories like wisdom development, reading, reflection, learning, perhaps her morning philosophy reading. Physical well-being, exercise, nutrition, rest, her walks through the city, cooking simple meals. Meaningful work, professional contributions that utilize her talents, financial analysis with integrity. Relationships, connecting with family, friends, community, evening calls with family, weekend gatherings. Service to others, contributing beyond self-interest, her community garden volunteering. Leisure and renewal, activities that restore energy and perspective, visits to museums, music. The specific categories and proportions would vary based on individual values, circumstances, and life stages. The essential Stoic principle is intentionality, choosing rather than drifting, investing rather than merely spending. Beyond to-do lists, qualitative planning for a well-lived day. When we hear "pack your days with plans," many of us immediately think of task lists and productivity apps. While these tools have their place, the Stoic approach to planning goes deeper, addressing not just what we do, but how we do it. Marcus Aurelius began each day with a specific intention-setting practice. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, "The people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they cannot tell good from evil." This wasn't pessimism but preparation, mentally rehearsing potential challenges and the virtuous responses he hoped to embody. This practice, which psychologists now call implementation intentions, significantly increases the likelihood of responding in alignment with your values when facing difficult situations. A modern version of the Stoic morning practice might include value identification. What core values do I want to express today? Perhaps patience, integrity, and kindness. Challenge anticipation. What situations might make expressing these values difficult? A tense meeting, deadline pressure, a difficult conversation. Response planning. How specifically will I maintain my commitment to these values when challenges arise? Taking a breath before responding, remembering my larger purpose, viewing others with understanding. This qualitative planning focused on the nature and quality of your presence rather than just tasks completed represents the deeper layer of Stoic time management. Structured flexibility, the Stoic middle path. While advocating for intentional planning, the Stoics also warned against rigidity. They understood that many events remain outside our control, and that clinging too tightly to specific outcomes creates unnecessary suffering. As Epictetus taught, some things are within our power, while others are not. Within our power are opinion, motivation, desire, aversion, and, in a word, whatever is of our own doing. Not within our power are our body, our property, reputation, office, and, in a word, whatever is not of our own doing. This distinction suggests a planning approach that might seem paradoxical. Structured flexibility. It involves creating clear frameworks for your time while maintaining adaptability about exactly how events unfold within that framework. In practice, this might look like designating morning hours for focused work without rigidly scheduling each specific task. Planning to exercise 3 times weekly while remaining flexible about exact times and forms. Creating themed days, e.g. meeting days, deep work days, community days, rather than minute-by-minute schedules. Identifying your most important priorities for the day while accepting that unexpected demands may require adjustments. This balanced approach allows for both intention and responsiveness, planning and presence. It acknowledges both our capacity to direct our time and the reality that many circumstances remain beyond our control. Time blocking, a modern implementation of Stoic time philosophy. One contemporary planning method that particularly aligns with Stoic principles is time blocking. The practice of designating specific periods for certain types of activities rather than working from traditional to-do lists. In this approach, you might identify your key priorities and the types of activities that support them. Assign specific blocks of time to these activity categories. Work within these blocks with focused attention. Adapt the specific tasks within each block as needed. For example, rather than having answer emails on a to-do list that might expand to fill whatever time is available, you might designate 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes in the afternoon specifically for communication. This creates both boundaries and focus. Similarly, you might block 2 hours for deep work on your most important project, 45 minutes for physical movement, and an hour for learning or development activities. The specific content within each block can adapt to circumstances, but the fundamental commitment to these categories remains. This approach embodies the Stoic principle that Seneca expressed: the mind that is anxious about future events is miserable. By creating a framework while remaining flexible about specifics, you reduce the anxiety of uncertainty without falling into rigid expectations that reality might not accommodate. Leisure and rest, essential elements in the Stoic day. A common misconception about Stoicism and planning in general is that it advocates for constant productive activity. In reality, the Stoics recognized the essential value of leisure and rest as components of a well-lived life. Seneca wrote extensively on the importance of proper relaxation. The mind must be given relaxation. It will rise improved and sharper after a good break. What distinguished Stoic leisure from mere distraction was its restorative quality. They favored activities that refreshed the mind and body rather than merely numbing them. Walking in nature, engaging in thoughtful conversation, enjoying music or literature, and physical exercise were considered valuable uses of leisure time. In planning your days, the Stoic approach would include deliberate periods for what we might call high-quality rest, activities that restore energy and perspective rather than depleting them. This might look like reading literature that expands your perspective, engaging in conversations that deepen relationships or understanding, practicing an instrument or craft that requires present-moment focus, walking without devices, allowing the mind to wander and integrate, simply sitting in reflection, processing experiences and insights. These activities differ fundamentally from what Seneca criticized as the Roman equivalent of mindless scrolling, activities that neither truly rest the mind nor produce anything of value. By planning for meaningful leisure and genuine rest, you ensure these essential components don't get crowded out by other demands. Social planning, the relational dimension of time. The Stoics emphasized human beings as fundamentally social creatures with responsibilities to their communities. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "We were born to work together like feet, hands, and eyes, like the two rows of teeth, upper and lower." This social dimension requires deliberate attention in our planning. In modern terms, this means consciously allocating time for deepening important relationships through quality time, contributing to community needs through service or civic engagement, addressing family responsibilities with presence and care, building professional relationships based on mutual respect and value. Without deliberate planning, these social commitments often suffer under the pressure of workday urgency or the pull of passive entertainment. By designating specific times for connection, whether weekly dinners with friends, volunteer commitments, or family activities, you ensure that this essential dimension of human flourishing receives appropriate attention. For Sophia in Manhattan, this might mean scheduling regular video calls with family despite time zone differences, organizing monthly dinners with her closest friends, and maintaining her weekend commitment to the community garden regardless of work pressures. These aren't afterthoughts, but core components of her intentionally designed life. Implementation: creating your Stoic planning practice. How might you develop a planning approach aligned with these Stoic principles? Here's a practical framework that balances structure with flexibility. 1. Quarterly reflection, 2 to 3 hours every 3 months. Review your broader life direction and values. Identify key areas deserving focused attention. Set general intentions for the coming quarter. Create space for unexpected opportunities. 2. Weekly planning, 30 minutes at week's beginning. Review the coming week's fixed commitments. Identify your most important priorities. Designate specific blocks for different activity types. Plan recovery and relationship time. 3. Daily preparation, 10 minutes each morning. Set specific intentions for the day aligned with values. Anticipate challenges and plan responses. Identify your absolute priorities regardless of what else happens. Create moments for presence throughout the day. 4. Evening review, 5 minutes before sleep. Acknowledge what went well. Note what you would approach differently. Release the day completely. Set broad intention for tomorrow. This tiered approach, moving from broader time frames to more specific ones, aligns with the Stoic emphasis on context. By connecting daily activities to larger purposes, you maintain perspective on what truly matters amid changing circumstances. Digital tools versus analog methods, a Stoic perspective. Would the Stoics have used productivity apps? While we can't know for certain, their pragmatic approach suggests they would use whatever tools best served their deeper purposes, neither rejecting technology outright nor becoming enslaved to it. The key questions from a Stoic perspective would be: does this tool help me align my time with my values? Does it increase my awareness of how I'm using my limited time? Does it maintain my agency and decision-making rather than outsourcing it? For some, digital tools provide valuable structure and reminders. For others, the physicality of paper planning creates more mindful engagement. The method matters less than the mindset, the conscious intention to direct your time according to your deepest values rather than external pressures or momentary impulses. The middle path between rigid control and aimless drifting. As we conclude this exploration of Stoic planning, it's worth noting the middle path this philosophy suggests, neither the rigid control of trying to plan every minute nor the aimless drifting of having no plan at all. The Stoics would likely view both extremes as missing the point. Excessive control assumes a power over circumstances we don't possess and creates unnecessary suffering when reality inevitably differs from our expectations. Meanwhile, having no intentional structure surrenders our most precious resource, time, to whatever external forces happen to make demands on it. The balanced Stoic approach acknowledges both our agency in directing our attention and the inherent uncertainty of life. It creates frameworks while embracing flexibility, values intention while accepting limitations, and recognizes that while we cannot control all outcomes, we always retain the power to choose our responses. Perhaps Marcus Aurelius expressed this balance best when he wrote, "Concentrate every minute like a Roman, like a man, on doing what's in front of you with precise and genuine seriousness, tenderly, willingly, with justice, and on freeing yourself from all other distractions." This is the essence of packing your days with plans from a Stoic perspective, not filling every moment with activity, but approaching each moment with intention, presence, and alignment with your deepest values. In doing so, you transform time from something that simply passes to something that builds, moment by moment, into a life of meaning and purpose. Don't quit on what you love. Stoic perseverance through difficulty. How many times have you started something with enthusiasm, a creative project, learning a new skill, pursuing a long-held dream, only to abandon it when progress stalled, obstacles arose, or the initial excitement faded? How many half-finished manuscripts sit in drawers, musical instruments gather dust in closets, or business ideas remain perpetually in planning because the path became steeper than anticipated? This pattern of beginning with passion but quitting when faced with difficulty isn't just a personal failure, it's a profound missed opportunity. The ancient Stoics understood something that modern psychology confirms: perseverance through difficulty doesn't just lead to external achievements, it builds character, develops resilience, and ultimately creates deeper fulfillment than anything easily obtained. As Seneca wrote in one of his most powerful insights, it is not because things are difficult that we do not dare, but because we do not dare that things are difficult. This subtle reframing captures a profound truth. Our perception of difficulty often creates more suffering than the difficulty itself. By shifting our relationship with challenges, seeing them as opportunities rather than obstacles, we transform both our experience and our outcomes. The modern abandonment problem: why we quit what matters. Before exploring the Stoic approach to perseverance, let's examine why we so often abandon pursuits we genuinely care about. Research in psychology and behavioral economics suggests several key factors. The dip and the valley of disappointment. Almost every meaningful pursuit follows a predictable pattern: initial excitement and rapid progress, the honeymoon phase, followed by a plateau or regression, the dip, before more sustainable advancement becomes possible. Modern research shows that most people abandon their efforts precisely during this valley of disappointment when progress seems to stall. Unrealistic expectations. Our culture celebrates overnight success stories while downplaying the years of persistent effort behind them. Social media amplifies this distortion, showing polished results without the messy process. This creates expectations of rapid mastery that rarely match reality. Comfort addiction. Contemporary life offers unprecedented comfort and immediate gratification. When activities require pushing through discomfort, whether physical exertion, intellectual struggle, or emotional vulnerability, we often retreat to easier alternatives that provide quick dopamine hits. Identity protection. Psychologically, quitting allows us to preserve a particular self-image. If we never fully commit or persist through difficulty, we can maintain the comforting belief that we could have succeeded if we'd really tried, rather than facing the possibility of wholehearted effort resulting in failure. Attention fragmentation. The modern attention economy profits from our distraction. Constant notifications and novel stimuli make sustained focus on challenging tasks increasingly difficult, especially when progress requires the kind of deep work that only comes through extended concentration. These factors combine to create what psychologists call the perseverance gap, the distance between our intentions and our actual sustained effort when difficulty arises. This gap represents not just abandoned projects but unrealized potential and diminished fulfillment. The Stoic philosophy of perseverance. The Stoics offered a radically different perspective on difficulty and perseverance than our contemporary culture. Rather than seeing obstacles as unfortunate barriers to be avoided, they viewed challenges as essential components of a meaningful life and opportunities for developing virtue. Marcus Aurelius expressed this perspective succinctly: the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This paradoxical statement suggests that obstacles aren't separate from our path but constitute the path itself. The very difficulties we might use as reasons to quit are precisely what make an endeavor worthwhile. Epictetus, who experienced slavery and disability, emphasized this point even more directly. Difficulties are things that show a person what they are. In the Stoic view, challenges don't just test our abilities, they reveal and shape our character. Through perseverance, we discover capacities we didn't know we possessed and develop virtues that remain dormant in easy circumstances. This doesn't mean the Stoics advocated mindlessly continuing everything regardless of circumstances. They valued practical wisdom, what they called phronesis, in distinguishing between difficulties that warrant perseverance, those aligned with our deeper values and character development. Pursuits better abandoned, those based on faulty impressions or external validation. The key distinction lies not in whether something becomes difficult but in why we're pursuing it in the first place. As Seneca advised, let all your activity be directed to some purpose, let it have some end in view. Perseverance makes sense when the activity serves values deeper than momentary pleasure or external recognition. The neuroscience of perseverance. Modern neuroscience offers fascinating insights into perseverance that complement Stoic wisdom. Research on neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections, shows that pushing through difficulty is precisely what creates beneficial structural changes in the brain. When we practice at the edge of our abilities, what psychologists call the zone of proximal development, we trigger processes that strengthen neural pathways and even generate new brain cells. This adaptation only occurs when we encounter sufficient challenge. Activities that are too easy don't stimulate growth, while those that are overwhelmingly difficult trigger stress responses that inhibit learning. Studies using functional MRI have identified two competing neural networks involved in perseverance decisions. The limbic system, particularly the amygdala, activates in response to difficulty, generating avoidance emotions like frustration and anxiety that prompt us to quit. The prefrontal cortex enables us to override these emotional responses, maintaining focus on longer-term rewards and values despite momentary discomfort. What's particularly interesting is that repeatedly choosing to persist despite difficulty actually strengthens the neural connections between these systems, making future perseverance easier. As neuroscientist Andrew Huberman explains, each time you persist through discomfort toward a valued goal, you're not just making progress on that specific task, you're literally rewiring your brain to make persistence more natural in all areas of life. This biological perspective aligns remarkably well with the Stoic view that virtue develops through practice. As Aristotle, who influenced Stoic thought, noted, "We become builders by building and lyre players by playing the lyre, so too we become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, brave by doing brave acts." Modern neuroscience confirms that perseverance is less a fixed trait than a skill developed through consistent practice. The psychology of meaningful persistence. Research in positive psychology has identified what psychologists call grit, perseverance, and passion for long-term goals as one of the strongest predictors of success across diverse fields. Dr. Angela Duckworth's studies showed that grit predicts achievement more reliably than talent, IQ, or most other variables. What makes this finding particularly relevant to our Stoic exploration is that grit correlates strongly with life satisfaction and psychological well-being. People who persevere through difficulties toward meaningful goals report greater fulfillment than those who abandon pursuits when they become challenging, regardless of their level of conventional success. The key psychological mechanism appears to be what researchers call harmonious passion, intrinsic motivation that aligns with one's authentic values and sense of self. When we persist in activities genuinely connected to our deeper purposes, we experience what psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi termed flow, a state of engagement so complete that it alters our experience of time and self. Studies published in the Journal of Positive Psychology found that individuals who engage in passion-driven activities and persist through difficulties report significantly greater life satisfaction, lower stress levels, and a stronger sense of meaning compared to those who primarily engage in pleasure-seeking or status-oriented pursuits. This research validates the Stoic insight that perseverance isn't merely instrumental to external achievements but constitutes a core component of a well-lived life. Through persistence, we develop what the Stoics considered the essential virtues: wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. These character qualities, rather than external outcomes, form the true rewards of not quitting on what matters. False versus true perseverance, the Stoic distinction. Not all persistence is virtuous, and the Stoics were careful to distinguish between wise perseverance and stubborn attachment. The difference often lies in our underlying motivations and the nature of our goals. False perseverance typically stems from external validation seeking, continuing primarily for others' approval. Sunk cost fallacy, persisting solely because you've already invested significantly. Ego attachment, inability to adjust course due to identification with a particular outcome. Pleasure avoidance, fear of the negative emotions that accompany changing direction. True perseverance, from a Stoic perspective, involves intrinsic motivation, continuing because the activity itself aligns with your values. Focus on process over outcome, valuing the journey and growth regardless of results. Flexible persistence, adapting approaches while maintaining commitment to core principles. Acceptance of discomfort, willingness to experience negative emotions without being controlled by them. Seneca captured this distinction when he wrote, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which depends upon tomorrow and wastes today." True perseverance focuses on present action aligned with values rather than attachment to future outcomes. For Sophia, our New York financial analyst from the opening story, this might mean continuing her practice of piano despite slow progress, not because she expects to become a professional musician or impress others, but because the discipline, beauty, and focus of practice align with her deeper values. The outcome matters less than the alignment between her actions and her authentic self. Practical strategies for Stoic perseverance. How can we apply these Stoic principles to develop greater perseverance in what truly matters? Here are practical approaches that blend ancient wisdom with contemporary psychology. 1. Clarify your why. Before committing to persist in any endeavor, the Stoics would advise examining your motivations. Epictetus taught his students to distinguish between what he called externals: wealth, fame, pleasure, and true goods: virtue, wisdom, justice. Perseverance makes sense only when aligned with the latter. Ask yourself, why did I initially feel drawn to this pursuit? Does it align with my deeper values or merely with social expectations? Would I continue this even if no one else ever knew about it? Does this activity help me develop virtues I genuinely value? Clarity about motivation provides staying power when difficulty arises. As Friedrich Nietzsche, influenced by Stoicism, wrote, "He who has a why to live can bear almost anyhow." 2. Anticipate the resistance points. The Stoics practiced what they called premeditatio malorum, deliberately visualizing potential obstacles and difficulties before undertaking important endeavors. Rather than diminishing motivation, this practice actually strengthens resolve by removing the element of surprise when challenges arise. Before continuing a challenging pursuit, take time to identify specific obstacles likely to arise. Visualize yourself responding with patience and creativity. Develop contingency plans for predictable difficulties. Mentally rehearse the emotions you'll experience and how you'll manage them. Research and implementation intentions shows that people who specifically plan how they'll respond to obstacles are significantly more likely to persist than those who focus only on their goals. 3. Focus on process, not progress. The Stoics emphasized focusing on what's within our control rather than outcomes that depend partly on external factors. In any pursuit, our effort and approach remain under our control even when progress seems stalled. Practical applications include: maintain process goals. Practice piano for 30 minutes daily. Rather than only outcome goals, master a difficult piece. Track and celebrate consistency of effort regardless of visible results. Develop objective measures of engagement rather than subjective feelings about progress. Create rituals that honor the practice itself independent of outcomes. This approach aligns with research on mastery orientation versus performance orientation, which shows that people who focus on developing competence rather than demonstrating it show greater persistence and ultimately achieve better results. 4. Create commitment architectures. While the Stoics emphasized internal discipline, they also recognized the value of environmental design in supporting virtue. Creating what behavioral scientists now call commitment architectures can help bridge the gap between intention and action. Effective strategies include public commitment, sharing your intention to persist with others. Environmental design, removing distractions and making practice materials easily accessible. Social accountability, regular check-ins with mentors or community. Financial pre-commitment, creating monetary incentives for continued engagement. These external structures don't replace internal resolve but support it during periods of waning motivation. As Seneca noted, the best ideas are common property, acknowledging that we can wisely use social forces to reinforce our better intentions. 5. Practice voluntary discomfort. The Stoics regularly engaged in voluntary hardship, like cold showers, simple food, or uncomfortable conditions, to build general capacity for enduring discomfort. This practice, which they called ascesis, trains the mind to maintain equanimity during difficulty. Modern research confirms that deliberately practicing discomfort in controlled contexts builds general resilience that transfers to other challenges. Simple practices might include brief cold exposure, like ending showers with cold water, intermittent fasting or temporarily eliminating comfort foods, physical training that pushes beyond comfortable limits, tackling intellectual challenges slightly beyond your current abilities. These practices develop what psychologists call distress tolerance, the capacity to function effectively despite uncomfortable emotions, a key component of perseverance. 6. Cultivate helpful mental models. The stories we tell ourselves about difficulty significantly impact our likelihood of persisting. The Stoics were masters at reframing challenges in ways that supported virtuous action rather than avoidance. Helpful mental models include the growth mindset, viewing challenges as opportunities to develop capacity rather than reveal fixed limitations. The hero's journey, understanding that difficulty is an essential component of any meaningful quest. The craftsman mentality, approaching difficulty with curiosity about the process rather than attachment to outcomes. The long game, extending your time horizon to see current challenges within a larger context. Marcus Aurelius practiced this reframing constantly, writing, "Our actions may be impeded, but there can be no impeding our intentions or dispositions, because we can accommodate and adapt. The mind adapts and converts to its own purposes the obstacle to our acting." Wisdom in quitting, when persistence becomes stubbornness. While advocating perseverance, the Stoics also valued wisdom in knowing when to redirect efforts. Chrysippus, an early Stoic philosopher, introduced the concept of appropriate acts, actions suited to particular circumstances rather than rigid rules. Signs that it might be appropriate to redirect rather than persist include the pursuit actively conflicts with deeper values, like family commitments. Your motivations remain primarily external despite reflection. The specific path, rather than the underlying value, is proving unsuited to your temperament. Continued effort produces significant harm to yourself or others. The key distinction lies between abandoning a worthy pursuit because it's difficult, which the Stoics would discourage, versus wisely redirecting energy when a specific path proves misaligned with your deeper purposes or genuine capabilities. As Epictetus advised, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. This balanced perspective encourages persistent effort where it matters while maintaining flexibility about specific forms that effort might take. Conclusion: the courage to continue. Don't quit on what you love. This simple directive contains profound wisdom about how meaningful lives are constructed, not through seeking paths of least resistance, but through persistent engagement with activities that matter despite inevitable difficulties. The Stoics understood that perseverance isn't just about achieving external goals, but about who we become through the process of persistent effort. In continuing despite obstacles, we develop courage, patience, resilience, and wisdom, qualities that transcend any particular outcome and transform our experience of life itself. As Seneca reminded his friend Lucilius, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. By persisting in what matters, whether creative pursuits, meaningful work, important relationships, or personal development, we build the character that enables us to face life's challenges with equanimity and purpose. This doesn't mean the path will be easy or that doubts won't arise. But in those moments when continuing feels impossible, when progress stalls, motivation wanes, or obstacles seem insurmountable, remember what Marcus Aurelius told himself: the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. The very difficulties tempting you to quit may be precisely what make your pursuit worth continuing. Take breaks and go on trips, the Stoic art of strategic renewal. In our achievement-oriented culture, rest often carries an undercurrent of guilt. Taking breaks during the workday might feel like slacking off. Using vacation days can trigger anxiety about falling behind or being perceived as less committed. Even weekends sometimes become extensions of work rather than true periods of renewal. This glorification of constant productivity runs counter to a surprising truth. Human beings function best when they alternate between periods of focused effort and genuine recovery. The ancient Stoics, often mischaracterized as austere workaholics, actually recognized this rhythm as essential to both effectiveness and well-being. Seneca, the Roman statesman and philosopher, wrote to his friend Lucilius, "We ought to take outdoor walks so that the mind might be nourished and refreshed by the open air and deep breathing. Sometimes, too, we should go for a drive, travel to the seaside, or undertake a journey and drink deeply of various scenes. This will restore our spirits and improve our minds." Far from viewing rest as indulgence, the Stoics considered strategic breaks and periodic travel as practical necessities for mental clarity, physical health, and philosophical perspective. Their approach to rest wasn't about escapism or passive entertainment, but about intentional renewal that supported their deeper purposes. In this lesson, we'll explore how both modern science and ancient Stoic wisdom affirm the necessity of breaks and travel for a well-lived life, not as luxuries or rewards, but as essential components of sustainable performance and genuine well-being. The science of strategic recovery. Contemporary research has thoroughly debunked the myth that constant work produces optimal results. Studies across diverse fields, from cognitive psychology to sports science, demonstrate that human performance follows a rhythmic pattern of exertion and recovery. The fundamental biological principle at work is what scientists call supercompensation, the process by which systems stressed within appropriate limits don't merely return to baseline during recovery, but actually strengthen beyond their previous capacity. This applies not just to muscles during exercise, but to our cognitive and emotional resources as well. Research from the University of Illinois found that brief breaks during mentally demanding tasks significantly improve performance and reduce fatigue. Participants who took regular short breaks maintained their focus far longer than those who worked continuously. The optimal pattern appears to be 52 minutes of focused work followed by a 17-minute break, though individual variations exist based on task complexity and personal factors. On a larger scale, vacation research reveals similarly powerful effects. A study published in the Journal of Happiness Studies found that people who take regular vacations report significantly higher life satisfaction, lower stress levels, and better health indicators than those who rarely take time off. Perhaps most surprisingly, these benefits begin before the vacation even starts. The anticipation of upcoming breaks provides measurable improvements in mood and motivation. The science is clear. Strategic breaks aren't indulgences that detract from performance and achievement. They're essential practices that make sustained excellence possible. The Stoic philosophy of renewal. While the scientific case for breaks and travel is compelling, the Stoic perspective adds deeper philosophical dimensions. For the Stoics, periodic withdrawal from routine wasn't merely about restoring energy, but about recalibrating perspective and reconnecting with fundamental truths easily obscured by daily pressures. Marcus Aurelius, despite bearing the immense responsibilities of governing the Roman Empire during wartime, regularly practiced what we might call mental retreats, periods of philosophical reflection and self-examination. In his personal journal, he reminded himself, "People seek retreats for themselves, in the country, by the sea, in the mountains, but this is altogether a mark of the most common sort of person. For it is in your power whenever you shall choose to retire into yourself. For nowhere does a person retreat into more quiet or more privacy than into their own soul." This passage reveals an important Stoic distinction between external and internal retreats. While physical breaks and travel hold value, the ultimate purpose is inner renewal, restoring proper perspective on what truly matters. The external landscape serves primarily as a setting that facilitates this internal recalibration. Seneca elaborated on this theme, noting that travel alone will not make you a better person if you travel in your own company. The benefit comes not from mere movement between locations, but from the shift in mental patterns that new environments facilitate. Changed surroundings disrupt habitual thinking, creating space for fresh insights and reconnection with deeper values. This philosophical dimension transforms breaks and travel from mere recovery time to opportunities for growth, perspective-taking, and renewal of purpose. The Stoic doesn't rest merely to work more hours later, but to see their work and life itself with greater clarity and wisdom. Daily breaks, micro-recoveries for sustained performance. Let's begin with the smallest unit of strategic renewal, the brief breaks we might take throughout our workday. Both science and Stoicism suggest specific practices that maximize their restorative power. The problem with pseudo-breaks. First, it's important to distinguish genuine breaks from what researchers call pseudo-breaks, activities that appear to provide respite but actually continue depleting our mental resources. Chief among these are social media and news consumption, which offer the illusion of relaxation while actually fragmenting attention and often increasing stress. A study from the University of California found that switching to social media during work breaks actually increased fatigue and decreased afternoon performance compared to true restorative activities. The constant social comparison, information processing, and emotional reactivity triggered by these platforms prevents the neural recovery that breaks should provide. The Stoic perspective would identify another problem with digital pseudo-breaks. They often pull us further from our center rather than helping us return to it. As Epictetus taught, most of what passes for legitimate entertainment is inferior or foolish and has little to do with good formation. Such amusements spoil your capacity to derive happiness from what is genuinely true. Elements of restorative breaks. What characterizes truly restorative breaks? Research in attention restoration theory identifies several key elements. Physiological shift. changing your body's state through movement, breathing shifts, or posture changes. Attentional diversion, engaging different neural networks than those used in your primary task. Connection with intrinsic values, activities that feel personally meaningful rather than externally imposed. Sensory engagement, experiences that bring you into present moment awareness through your senses. For Sophia in Manhattan, effective microbreaks might include a 5-minute walk around the block, noticing architectural details she normally overlooks. Brief mindfulness meditation focusing on her breath and bodily sensations. Gazing out her office window at the sky and weather patterns. Stretching while focusing fully on the physical sensations. A short conversation with a colleague about something personally meaningful. A few minutes with a book of poetry or philosophy that reconnects her with deeper values. These activities share common elements. They engage different mental faculties than her analytical work. They reconnect her with her physical body, and they provide perspective beyond immediate workplace concerns. The Stoic practice of perspective shifts. The Stoics were particularly fond of breaks that facilitated what they called the view from above, mentally stepping back to see current concerns within a larger context. Marcus Aurelius practiced this regularly, writing, "Keep a perspective on all ephemeral things, their compressed duration, the vast time before their emergence, and the infinity after their fragility." Modern adaptations of this practice might include taking a 5-minute break to contemplate the night sky or follow the movement of clouds. Briefly reflecting on how today's urgent concerns might appear when viewed from a year's distance. Reading a paragraph about astronomical scales or deep history to reset perspective. Recalling the broader purpose behind today's tasks. These practices don't require lengthy time investments but can powerfully reset mental patterns that become narrowed during focused work. As Seneca noted, the mind must be given relaxation. It will rise improved and sharper after a good break. Weekly and monthly renewal, the rhythm of sustainable living. Beyond daily microbreaks, both science and Stoicism point to the importance of longer recovery periods, particularly weekends and occasional 3-day retreats, for maintaining perspective and preventing burnout. The lost art of weekends. Research from the University of California, Los Angeles shows that traditional 2-day weekends provide physiological benefits that accumulated microbreaks cannot replicate. Specifically, it takes 24 to 48 hours for stress hormones like cortisol to fully recalibrate to baseline levels. Additionally, the brain's glymphatic system, which clears metabolic waste products, functions optimally during extended periods of lower cognitive demand. Despite these findings, many professionals now experience what sociologists call the weekend that wasn't ostensible break time that becomes filled with work emails, side hustles, and digital pseudo-leisure that fails to provide genuine recovery. The Stoics would likely recognize this pattern. Seneca criticized his contemporaries who are always occupied but never have leisure for themselves, have no time for reflection. He distinguished between mere busyness and meaningful activity, noting that no one pursues freedom for itself, but for the sake of something else. Stoic weekend practices. From a Stoic perspective, effective weekends and short retreats might include nature immersion. The Stoics particularly valued time in natural settings for restoring perspective. Seneca advised, "We should retreat into nature often, for frequent contact with her will bring us a tranquility of mind." Modern research confirms that 2 to 3 hours in natural environments significantly reduces stress hormones and restores attention. Philosophical reflection. The Stoics practiced regular review of their actions and values. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Give yourself a gift, the present moment." People who understand that this is all they have are people who get the most out of it. Weekend time allows for deeper reflection than daily life typically permits. Physical renewal. The Stoics understood the mind-body connection long before modern science confirmed it. Regular physical activity followed by adequate recovery was part of their regimen for both physical and mental well-being. Social connection. While valuing solitude for reflection, the Stoics also emphasized meaningful social bonds as essential to human flourishing. Weekends provide opportunities for the kind of unhurried connection that workday interactions rarely allow. Creative engagement, activities that engage different faculties than our professional work, whether artistic expression, manual crafts, or intellectual exploration in new domains, provide what psychologists call enriched recovery. For Sophia, our Manhattan professional, a stoically inspired weekend might include a Saturday morning hike in nearby nature preserves, meaningful conversations with close friends over dinner, time for journaling and reflection. Physical activity that differs from her daily routine, and perhaps engaging with art or music that speaks to deeper values than her weekday metrics. Travel and extended breaks. The power of true perspective shifts. Beyond daily breaks and weekends, both science and Stoicism highlight the unique benefits of more substantial departures from routine, whether traditional vacations, sabbaticals, or what the Stoics might have called philosophical journeys. The neurological case for novel environments. Research in neuroplasticity reveals that novel environments trigger specific brain states that facilitate both cognitive flexibility and memory formation. When we travel to unfamiliar places, our brains release dopamine and norepinephrine, neurochemicals that enhance learning, creativity, and perspective-taking. Studies at Columbia University found that immersion in different cultures for even brief periods measurably increases cognitive flexibility and creative problem-solving abilities. These benefits persist after returning to familiar environments, suggesting that travel creates lasting neural changes rather than merely temporary states. Beyond these cognitive benefits, research published in Applied Research in Quality of Life found that the largest boost in happiness from travel often comes before the trip, during the anticipation phase, and can last up to 8 weeks after returning. This anticipatory pleasure provides extended well-being benefits beyond the travel period itself. Stoic travel philosophy. The Stoics took a nuanced view of travel, recognizing its potential benefits while cautioning against certain misconceptions. Seneca wrote to a friend, "Do you suppose that you alone have had this experience? Are you surprised, as if it were a novelty, that after such long travel and so many changes of scene you have not been able to shake off the gloom and heaviness of your mind? You need a change of soul rather than a change of climate." This passage highlights the Stoic understanding that external changes, like travel, serve primarily to facilitate internal shifts. The purpose isn't escape from problems but gaining perspective on them. As Seneca continued, though you may cross vast spaces of sea, and though, as our Virgil remarks, lands and cities are left astern, your faults will follow you whithersoever you travel. This doesn't diminish travel's value, but rather clarifies its purpose, not mere distraction or escapism, but intentional perspective shifting and renewal. The Stoic traveler uses new environments as catalysts for internal reflection and realignment with core values. Designing Stoic travel experiences. What might stoically inspired travel look like in modern terms? Several elements stand out. Intentionality over escapism, having clear purposes for travel beyond mere relaxation or status seeking. These might include cultural understanding, historical perspective taking, natural beauty appreciation, or relationship deepening. Presence over documentation, prioritizing full engagement with experiences rather than obsessive documentation for social media. As Seneca might say to modern travelers, we suffer more often in imagination than in reality, particularly when filtering experiences through concerns about how they'll be perceived online. Simplicity over luxury, the Stoics practiced occasional voluntary discomfort to maintain resilience and perspective. While not advocating asceticism for its own sake, they might suggest that luxury-focused travel often creates more anxiety than it resolves. Connection over consumption, seeking meaningful engagement with places and people rather than treating destinations as items to check off a list. The value comes not from having been somewhere, but from having been transformed by it. Reflection integration, building deliberate reflection into travel experiences, perhaps through journaling, conversation with traveling companions, or quiet time to absorb experiences rather than constantly seeking new stimulation. For Sophia, a stoically inspired vacation might involve a 2-week trip to Greece that combines historical sites connected to Stoic philosophy, natural beauty for perspective restoration, limited digital connectivity to enable true mental space, and structured reflection time to integrate insights gained. Upon returning, she might maintain this perspective shift through regular practices that reconnect her with the insights gained during travel. Implementation, creating your recovery rhythm. How might we integrate these insights about breaks and travel into a coherent approach to strategic renewal? Here's a framework drawn from both Stoic wisdom and modern research. Daily practice, 10 to 15 minutes, 3 to 5 times daily. Brief mindful breaks between periods of focused work. Physical movement to counterbalance sedentary positions. Perspective practices like the view from above. Nature microdoses through windows or brief outdoor pauses. Reflection moments to reconnect with deeper purpose. Weekly practice, 4 to 8 hours once weekly. Digital disconnection for extended mental space. Nature immersion for perspective restoration. Physical activity different from daily patterns. Meaningful social connection without agenda. Reflection on the week's lessons and coming week's intentions. Creative engagement that differs from professional focus. Monthly practice, 24 to 72 hours once monthly. Brief retreat from usual environment. Deeper philosophical reflection or learning. Extended nature immersion. Reset of perspective on current projects and concerns. Renewal of connection with core values and purpose. Annual practice, 1 to 3 weeks, once or twice yearly. Significant environment change through travel. Cultural or natural experiences that expand perspective. Digital minimalism to enable genuine mental space. Structured reflection on life direction and meaning. Relationship deepening through shared experiences. Skill development or learning in new domains. This tiered approach acknowledges both practical realities and the different types of renewal provided by breaks of varying durations. The specific activities might vary based on individual preferences and circumstances, but the underlying principles remain constant, alternating exertion with recovery using environmental changes to facilitate perspective shifts, and connecting external breaks with internal renewal. Overcoming resistance, addressing the barriers to strategic renewal. Despite the compelling case for strategic breaks and travel, many people, particularly high achievers, encounter significant resistance to these practices. Understanding and addressing these barriers is essential for implementing an effective renewal rhythm. Common barriers and Stoic responses. The indispensability illusion, the belief that taking breaks will cause catastrophic consequences because your constant attention is essential. Stoic reframe, Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, soon you'll be ashes or bones. A mere name at most, and even that is just a sound and echo. The things we want in life are empty, stale, trivial. This perspective helps puncture the inflated sense of our own indispensability. Status anxiety, concerned that taking breaks signals lower commitment or ambition compared to peers who appear to work constantly. Stoic reframe, Epictetus taught, if you ever happen to turn your attention to externals for the pleasure of anyone, be assured that you have ruined your scheme of life. The Stoic prioritizes internal standards of excellence over social comparison. Productivity identity. When self-worth becomes entangled with constant productivity, breaks trigger guilt or anxiety about identity. Stoic reframe. The Stoics distinguished between true virtue and mere activity. As Seneca noted, it is not the man who has too little who is poor, but the one who hankers after more. True wealth includes mastery of your own time and attention. Hedonic adaptation, the tendency to quickly normalize positive experiences, making breaks seem less necessary or beneficial than they are. Stoic reframe, the practice of negative visualization helps counteract this tendency. By occasionally imagining the loss of the ability to rest or travel, we renew appreciation for these opportunities when available. Digital leashes, technology that enables constant connectivity, creating expectations of perpetual availability. Stoic reframe, Epictetus advised, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. Creating clear boundaries around connectivity represents an appropriate exercise of what remains within our control. Conclusion, the wisdom of strategic renewal. The Stoic approach to breaks and travel offers a refreshing alternative to both workaholism and mindless escapism. It recognizes periodic renewal not as indulgence but as practical necessity, not just for performance but for perspective, wisdom, and well-being. As Seneca wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. Strategic breaks and meaningful travel help us cultivate this present-focused satisfaction by restoring perspective on what truly matters. In our achievement-oriented culture that often glorifies perpetual busyness, the decision to prioritize strategic renewal represents a quiet act of philosophical rebellion. A statement that sustainable excellence matters more than performative exhaustion, that wisdom requires perspective, and that a well-lived life includes both meaningful exertion and genuine rest. The next time you feel resistance to taking a break or planning a trip, remember Marcus Aurelius' advice to himself: people seek retreats for themselves in the country, by the sea, in the mountains. But this is altogether a mark of the most common sort of person, for it is in your power whenever you shall choose to retire into yourself. The ultimate purpose of external breaks is internal renewal, reconnecting with what matters most amid life's constant demands. By thoughtfully integrating daily breaks, weekly recovery, and periodic travel into your life rhythm, you align yourself with both ancient wisdom and modern science, creating conditions for sustained excellence, deeper perspective, and genuine well-being in an increasingly frenetic world. Go for kindness, the strength in compassionate action. In a world that often equates strength with toughness, assertiveness, or even ruthlessness, kindness can seem like a quaint virtue at best or a liability at worst. Our competitive culture frequently sends messages that being kind means being weak, that success requires stepping over others rather than lifting them up, that looking out for yourself is the only realistic approach to life. Yet this perspective profoundly misunderstands both human psychology and the nature of true strength. The Stoic philosophers, far from the emotionless, detached figures they're sometimes caricatured as, placed kindness at the center of their ethical system, seeing it not as soft sentimentality but as the natural expression of wisdom and inner strength. Marcus Aurelius, emperor of Rome and perhaps the most powerful man of his age, wrote in his personal journal, "Kindness is invincible, but only when it's sincere, with no hypocrisy or faking." This statement from a ruler who commanded legions suggests something profound about kindness, that it represents not weakness but a form of power so fundamental that Marcus considered it invincible when authentically expressed. This ancient wisdom has found striking confirmation in contemporary research spanning neuroscience, psychology, and sociology. Studies now demonstrate that kindness, far from being a naive ideal, creates tangible benefits for both recipients and givers, strengthens social bonds essential to human flourishing, and represents a form of practical wisdom particularly suited to our interdependent world. The Stoic understanding of kindness. To appreciate the Stoic perspective on kindness, we must first understand how they viewed human nature and our relationship to one another. The Stoics held that all humans share in what they called logos, the divine rational principle that gives order to the universe. This shared rational capacity creates a natural bond between all people regardless of social status, nationality, or personal characteristics. Epictetus, who experienced slavery before becoming a philosopher, expressed this view powerfully. We are all brothers and sisters by nature. Our bodies and souls are bound together by a shared divine spark. This recognition of fundamental human connection wasn't merely theoretical but carried profound ethical implications. If others truly share in the same rational nature as ourselves, then our treatment of them directly reflects our understanding of this shared humanity. This perspective reframes kindness from an optional nicety to a logical extension of accurately perceiving reality. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you wake in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they cannot tell good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own, and so none of them can hurt me." What's particularly striking about this passage is how it combines clear-eyed recognition of human flaws with a commitment to kindness based on shared nature. The Stoic doesn't pretend others are perfect but chooses kindness from a position of wisdom rather than naivete. Seneca, another prominent Stoic, put it succinctly, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." This wasn't mere sentimentality but reflected the Stoic understanding of oikiosis, the recognition of others as belonging to your own circle of concern based on shared humanity. The neuroscience of kindness, how compassion shapes our brains. Modern neuroscience has revealed fascinating insights into how kindness affects our brains and bodies, providing scientific support for what the Stoics intuited philosophically. Research conducted at the University of California, Los Angeles found that acts of kindness trigger activity in the brain's reward centers, releasing neurotransmitters like dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. Remarkably, this neurochemical cascade occurs both when we receive kindness and when we extend it to others, suggesting that humans are literally wired for prosocial behavior. Perhaps even more striking is research on what neuroscientists call the autonomic nervous system, the part of our physiology that regulates stress responses. When we engage in kind actions, our parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest state, activates, countering the effects of the sympathetic fight or flight response. This physiological shift reduces stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline while increasing heart rate variability, a key marker of cardiovascular health and emotional resilience. These findings help explain why individuals who regularly practice kindness show measurably better physical health outcomes, including lower blood pressure, reduced inflammation markers, and stronger immune function. Far from depleting us, authentic kindness appears to create physiological conditions conducive to health and longevity. The brain's remarkable neuroplasticity, its ability to reorganize itself through experience, means that practicing kindness actually reshapes neural architecture over time. Brain imaging studies show that regular compassion practice increases gray matter density in regions associated with empathy, emotional regulation, and perspective taking. In other words, kindness is both an action and a skill that develops with practice. The kindness contagion, social ripple effects. Beyond individual benefits, research has identified what psychologists call the kindness contagion effect, the tendency for pro-social behaviors to spread through social networks. Studies at Harvard University demonstrated that when people witness or receive acts of kindness, they become significantly more likely to extend kindness to others, creating a cascade of positive social interactions. This ripple effect operates through multiple mechanisms. Behaviorally, kindness provides social modeling that others tend to emulate. Emotionally, experiencing kindness elevates mood states that make prosocial behavior more likely. And physiologically, witnessing kindness can trigger mirror neuron activity that creates embodied empathic responses. The social dimension of kindness holds particular relevance for Stoic philosophy, which emphasized our nature as inherently social beings. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "We were born to work together like feet, hands and eyes, like the two rows of teeth, upper and lower. To obstruct each other is unnatural." The kindness contagion research suggests he was right. Our individual acts of kindness or unkindness don't occur in isolation but influence the broader social ecosystem we inhabit. For Sophia in Manhattan, this might mean recognizing that her interaction with the coffee cart vendor each morning isn't merely a transaction, but potentially the starting point for a kindness cascade that might extend through dozens of subsequent interactions throughout the day. Her choice to offer a genuine smile and word of appreciation despite her busy schedule potentially creates ripple effects she'll never directly observe. Kindness under pressure, the ultimate test of character. The Stoics placed particular emphasis on maintaining virtue, including kindness, under challenging circumstances. Anyone can act kindly when it's easy, but real character reveals itself under pressure. As Epictetus taught, difficulty shows what men are. Therefore, when a difficulty falls upon you, remember that God, like a trainer of wrestlers, has matched you with a rough young man. For what purpose? So that you may become an Olympic conqueror, but this is not accomplished without sweat. This perspective transforms difficult interpersonal situations from mere annoyances into opportunities for meaningful practice. The colleague who takes credit for your work, the stranger who cuts in line, the family member who makes insensitive remarks, these become not just problems to endure but chances to cultivate the virtue of kindness under genuine challenge. Modern research confirms that the psychological benefits of kindness are actually amplified when expressed in difficult circumstances. A study published in the Journal of Positive Psychology found that acts of kindness toward those who had previously been unkind produced stronger improvements in well-being than kindness toward neutral or already supportive individuals. The researchers attributed this to the greater sense of moral autonomy and character strength experienced when choosing kindness despite provocation. This doesn't mean becoming a doormat or enabling harmful behavior. The Stoic conception of kindness includes appropriate boundaries and sometimes even disciplined opposition to wrongdoing. Seneca distinguished between anger, which he considered harmful to both self and others, and principled correction, which could be delivered with calm firmness. Marcus Aurelius similarly advised, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury," suggesting that responding with kindness to unkindness represents genuine strength rather than weakness. For Sophia navigating the often cutthroat financial industry in New York, this might mean maintaining courtesy toward competitive colleagues, offering genuine appreciation for others' contributions despite hectic deadlines, or choosing not to participate in office politics even when it might offer short-term advantages. These choices don't make her naive, they demonstrate a deeper understanding of both human nature and true success than those caught in cycles of reactivity and retaliation. Practicing kindness, from philosophical ideal to daily habit. How might we translate the Stoic ideal of kindness into practical daily application? Research in habit formation and behavioral psychology offers several evidence-based approaches. 1. Begin with intention. The Stoics placed great emphasis on morning preparation for the day ahead. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Say to yourself in the early morning, I shall meet today ungrateful, violent, treacherous, envious, uncharitable men. All of these things have come upon them through ignorance of real good and ill. I can neither be harmed by any of them, for no man will involve me in wrong, nor can I be angry with my kinsman or hate him, for we have come into the world to work together." This deliberate setting of intention, deciding in advance how you'll respond to others, creates what psychologists call implementation intentions that significantly increase the likelihood of following through when challenging situations arise. A modern adaptation might involve taking 30 seconds each morning to set a specific kindness intention for the day. Today, I'll notice opportunities to show appreciation to colleagues. Or today, I'll practice patience with the subway crowds. This brief practice primes your attention system to notice opportunities you might otherwise miss in the day's busyness. 2. Start with small, specific actions. Research on behavior change consistently shows that starting with small, concrete actions increases success rates compared to vague aspirations. Rather than resolving to be kinder, identify specific behaviors that express kindness in your particular context. Making eye contact and offering genuine thanks to service workers. Sending a brief message of appreciation to someone whose work often goes unnoticed. Holding doors or elevators for others without rushing them. Offering help before it's requested when someone seems to be struggling. Giving someone your full attention during conversation rather than glancing at devices. These small actions might seem trivial, but research shows they create significant positive impacts on both recipients and the broader social environment. A study at the University of California found that minor acts of kindness produced measurable increases in positive emotions and decreased stress hormones in both givers and receivers. 3. Practice perspective taking as a preparation for kindness. The Stoics emphasized understanding others' perspectives as a foundation for appropriate response. Epictetus advised his students, "When any person treats you ill or speaks ill of you, remember that he does this or says this because he thinks it is his duty. He is mistaken in his opinion. If this is the case, it is really he who is harmed, since he is the one who has been deceived." Modern psychological research confirms that deliberate perspective-taking significantly increases the likelihood of responding with kindness rather than reactivity. A study at the University of California, Berkeley found that participants who spent just 30 seconds imagining the challenges someone might be facing showed markedly increased empathy and prosocial behavior toward that person. Practically, this might mean, when someone acts rudely, briefly considering what might be happening in their life. When facing criticism, trying to understand the concern behind the critique. When witnessing someone's mistake, recalling your own similar errors. This doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior, but understanding its origins, which creates space for a more considerate and effective response. 4. Create environmental supports for kindness. Both Stoic philosophy and modern behavioral science recognize that our environments powerfully shape our actions. Epictetus advised his students to be mindful of the company they kept, knowing that social environments influence behavior. Similarly, contemporary research shows that physical and social cues significantly impact the likelihood of prosocial behavior. Practical applications might include placing reminders about kindness in your physical spaces, following social media accounts that highlight compassionate actions, creating accountability through sharing kindness intentions with trusted friends, joining communities that value and practice compassion. For Sophia, this might mean joining a meditation group that emphasizes loving kindness practice, creating subtle reminders on her desk or phone about her kindness intentions, or deliberately cultivating friendships with colleagues who demonstrate the values she seeks to strengthen. Kindness versus people-pleasing, the Stoic distinction. An important clarification: the Stoic conception of kindness differs significantly from what modern psychology calls people-pleasing, the pattern of subordinating one's own needs to gain approval or avoid conflict. True kindness emerges from strength and wisdom rather than insecurity or fear. Epictetus made this distinction clear. Make it your study then to confront every harsh impression with the words, "You are but an impression, and not at all what you seem to be." This practice of examining impressions before acting allowed Stoics to distinguish between authentic kindness, aligned with virtue, and mere appeasement, driven by fear or approval seeking. The key differences include origin. People-pleasing stems from insecurity and fear of rejection. True kindness comes from recognition of shared humanity and values. Boundaries. People-pleasers struggle with boundaries. The Stoic understanding of kindness includes appropriate limits and sometimes even principled opposition. Sustainability. People-pleasing leads to resentment and burnout. Authentic kindness renews energy and purpose. Focus. People-pleasing fixates on others' reactions. True kindness focuses on the integrity of one's own actions regardless of response. For Sophia in her demanding career, this distinction proves crucial. Her practice of kindness isn't about letting colleagues take advantage of her work or saying yes to every request. Rather, it's about maintaining her commitment to treating others with respect and consideration, even while setting necessary boundaries and pursuing excellence in her work. The courage of kindness, swimming against cultural currents. In certain environments, like highly competitive workplaces, political spheres, or even some social media spaces, choosing kindness can feel like swimming against a powerful current. Cultures that valorize dominance, cutting remarks, or zero-sum thinking often implicitly punish expressions of consideration or generosity. The Stoics were no strangers to challenging social contexts. Seneca served in Nero's court, witnessing and sometimes participating in the brutal politics of imperial Rome. Marcus Aurelius commanded armies and navigated the treacherous waters of Roman politics. They understood that maintaining virtue, including kindness, often requires courage and independence from social pressures. Epictetus advised, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and simple with regard to external things. This willingness to be misperceived represents a core aspect of Stoic freedom, the recognition that others' opinions remain outside your control while your own conduct remains firmly within it. For Sophia navigating Manhattan's financial industry, this might mean being seen as too soft by some colleagues when she refuses to engage in office politics, or being considered naive when she gives credit generously rather than hoarding recognition. The Stoic perspective would consider this misperception a small price for maintaining integrity and character. Research suggests that such courage ultimately proves beneficial not just ethically but practically. Studies examining leadership effectiveness consistently find that leaders who demonstrate compassion and consideration build stronger teams with higher engagement, creativity, and performance than those relying on dominance or fear. What looks like naivete in the short term often reveals itself as wisdom in the longer arc. Kindness towards self, the foundation of authentic compassion. A final crucial aspect of the Stoic approach to kindness involves how we treat ourselves. Modern psychological research increasingly recognizes that self-compassion, treating oneself with the same kindness we might offer a good friend, provides an essential foundation for sustainable compassion toward others. While not explicitly using modern psychological terminology, the Stoics recognized this principle. Seneca advised, associate with people who are likely to improve you. Welcome those whom you are capable of improving. The process is a mutual one. Men learn as they teach. This reciprocal view suggests that kindness flows in multiple directions, including toward oneself. Self-kindness in the Stoic tradition doesn't mean self-indulgence or lowering standards. Rather, it involves recognizing our shared human imperfection without harsh self-judgment. Speaking to ourselves with the same fairness and perspective we would offer others. Acknowledging mistakes as opportunities for growth rather than evidence of inadequacy. Accepting our limitations while continuing to work toward excellence. Research by Dr. Kristen Neff, a pioneer in self-compassion psychology, shows that individuals who practice self-kindness demonstrate greater emotional resilience, more consistent motivation, and stronger interpersonal relationships than those who are self-critical. Contrary to common fears, self-compassion doesn't diminish performance but actually enhances it by creating psychological safety for growth and learning. For Sophia, this might mean acknowledging when she's approaching burnout and needing rest without harsh self-judgment, recognizing that her worth extends beyond professional achievements, or speaking to herself with the same understanding she would offer a colleague facing similar challenges. Conclusion: kindness as practical wisdom. As we've explored throughout this lesson, kindness represents not mere sentimentality but a form of practical wisdom particularly suited to our social nature as human beings. The Stoic emphasis on kindness emerges not from naive optimism but from clear-eyed recognition of our shared humanity and interdependence. Modern research confirms what the Stoics intuited, that kindness creates tangible benefits for both givers and receivers, strengthens the social fabric essential to human flourishing, and represents a form of skill that develops with practice rather than an innate trait some possess and others lack. In a world that often mistakes toughness for strength and selfishness for success, choosing kindness requires a certain philosophical courage, the willingness to be guided by wisdom rather than immediate social reinforcement. Yet this choice ultimately proves not just ethically sound but practically beneficial, creating the conditions for both individual well-being and collective prosperity. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What brings no profit to the hive brings none to the bee." The Stoic recognizes that true flourishing requires contributing to the common good rather than extracting from it, and kindness represents one of the most direct expressions of this wisdom in daily life. Say yes more often. Grow through embracing the new. How often do you find yourself saying no to life? Perhaps it's declining an invitation because you're tired, or it feels uncomfortable to join an unfamiliar group. Maybe it's turning down a new professional opportunity because it seems risky or outside your expertise. Or possibly it's simply rejecting small new experiences, a different route to work, an unfamiliar cuisine, a conversation with a stranger, because the familiar path feels safer and more efficient. While there's nothing inherently wrong with saying no at times, indeed, boundaries are essential. Many of us fall into patterns of reflexive refusal that limit our growth, connection, and fulfillment. We prioritize short-term comfort over long-term development, predictability over possibility. In doing so, we may be closing doors to experiences that could transform our understanding of ourselves and the world. The Stoic philosophers, despite their reputation for self-discipline and restraint, recognized the importance of engaging openly with life's possibilities. Epictetus, one of Stoicism's most influential teachers, captured this perspective when he wrote, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This statement acknowledges our fundamental choice in every moment to meet life's offerings with openness or resistance, to say yes or no to what presents itself. This lesson explores the Stoic perspective on saying yes more often, not as reckless acquiescence to everything, but as thoughtful openness to growth opportunities that might otherwise be missed through habitual caution or comfort-seeking. We'll examine how this practice aligns with both ancient wisdom and modern psychology, and how it can enrich our lives in unexpected ways. The Stoic view: virtue through engagement, not withdrawal. A common misconception about Stoicism portrays it as a philosophy of withdrawal, of saying no to desires and pleasures in favor of austere self-denial. While the Stoics did emphasize moderation and self-control, their ultimate aim was not withdrawal from life but full, virtuous engagement with it. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome and devoted Stoic practitioner, wrote, "Do not act as if you were going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good." This urgency, this recognition of life's brevity, suggests not cautious hesitation but purposeful engagement with what matters. Seneca, another prominent Stoic, cautioned against both mindless indulgence and rigid asceticism. "The happy life is neither that of men who serve pleasure nor that of men who shun it, but of those who welcome it without losing themselves in it." This balanced approach acknowledges that saying yes to appropriate experiences enriches life when done with awareness rather than compulsion. Perhaps most relevant to our topic is the Stoic concept of oikeiosis, the natural process of appropriating or making one's own what is initially foreign. The Stoics observed that human development involves gradually expanding our circle of concern from self to family to community to all of humanity. This expansion requires saying yes to experiences and connections that broaden our understanding and engagement with the world. Epictetus expressed this idea through metaphor: "Remember that you are an actor in a play of such a kind as the author pleases to make it. For this is your duty, to act well the part that is given to you, but to select the part belongs to another." The Stoic recognizes that many opportunities in life aren't ones we would have chosen or designed, yet embracing what comes, saying yes to the role we've been given, allows us to fully participate in life's unfolding. The psychology of yes: how openness shapes growth. Modern psychological research has extensively documented the benefits of what psychologists call openness to experience, one of the big 5 personality traits associated with curiosity, willingness to try new things, and receptivity to unconventional ideas. Studies show that individuals higher in openness tend to experience greater psychological well-being, demonstrate more cognitive flexibility, show greater creativity and problem-solving capacity, adapt more effectively to changing circumstances, report higher overall life satisfaction. What's particularly encouraging is that while openness has some genetic components, it's also highly malleable. Research published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology demonstrates that deliberately practicing saying yes to novel experiences creates measurable increases in openness over time, regardless of baseline personality tendencies. The neurological mechanisms behind these benefits have been increasingly clarified through brain imaging studies. When we encounter novel experiences, whether new environments, unfamiliar tasks, or different social contexts, the brain releases dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with pleasure, motivation, and learning. This dopamine release not only feels rewarding but actually facilitates new neural connections, enhancing brain plasticity. Additionally, novel experiences activate the hippocampus, involved in memory formation, and the anterior cingulate cortex, involved in attention regulation, more strongly than familiar ones. This enhanced activation helps explain why new experiences tend to be remembered more vividly and create stronger learning than routine activities, a phenomenon psychologists call the novelty encoding advantage. From an evolutionary perspective, this makes perfect sense. Our ancestors needed to pay particular attention to new situations which might contain either threats or opportunities requiring adaptation. While no longer navigating the same survival challenges, our brains retain this fundamental orientation toward novelty as a learning mechanism. Fear versus growth, understanding our resistance to yes. If saying yes more often offers such clear benefits, why do we so frequently default to no? Both Stoic philosophy and modern psychology offer complementary insights into this tension. The Stoics recognized that humans naturally seek to avoid discomfort and uncertainty. Seneca observed, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality," noting our tendency to catastrophize potential negative outcomes of new experiences. This anticipatory anxiety often prevents engagement with opportunities that would ultimately prove beneficial. Modern neuroscience confirms this bias toward caution. The amygdala, the brain's threat detection center, activates more readily and intensely than the brain's reward centers when evaluating unfamiliar situations. This negativity bias served our ancestors well in dangerous environments, but often leads modern humans to overestimate risks and underestimate potential benefits of novel experiences. Psychologist Carol Dweck's research on mindsets provides another lens on this resistance. People with a fixed mindset tend to view abilities and traits as largely unchangeable, making new challenges threatening because failure would seemingly confirm inherent limitations. In contrast, those with a growth mindset view abilities as developable through effort and experience, making novel situations exciting opportunities for development rather than threatening tests of fixed capacity. The Stoics anticipated this distinction. Epictetus taught, "Difficulties are things that show a person what they are." This perspective frames challenges not as threats to identity but as opportunities to discover and develop capacities, a classical expression of what we now call the growth mindset. For Sophia, our Manhattan financial analyst from the opening story, this tension might manifest when she's invited to join colleagues for rock climbing, an activity outside her comfort zone. Her initial impulse might be refusal based on anticipated discomfort, potential embarrassment, or the simple desire to return to her familiar apartment after work. Yet saying yes might yield not just social connection but discovery of physical capabilities and confidence she hadn't realized she possessed. Thoughtful yes versus indiscriminate yes, the Stoic distinction. It's important to clarify that the Stoic recommendation to say yes more often doesn't mean abandoning discernment or boundaries. The Stoics emphasized proeresis, rational choice, and distinguished between appropriate and inappropriate impressions or impulses. Epictetus taught, "Make it your study then to confront every harsh impression with the words, 'You are but an impression and not at all what you seem to be.'" This pause between stimulus and response creates space for evaluating whether a particular opportunity aligns with one's deeper values and virtues rather than merely serving immediate pleasure or avoiding temporary discomfort. A useful framework for discerning when to say yes might involve asking, Does this opportunity align with my core values? Am I resisting primarily due to fear or comfort-seeking rather than principle? Does this present potential for growth, connection, or meaningful experience? Can I engage while maintaining appropriate boundaries? The Stoic approach involves saying yes more readily to experiences that expand capacity, deepen understanding, or express virtue even when they involve temporary discomfort or uncertainty, while still maintaining the wisdom to decline what truly conflicts with core values or well-being. The social dimension, relationships flourish through yes. One of the most powerful contexts for practicing yes involves our social connections. Research consistently shows that relationships develop depth through shared novel experiences. A study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that couples who regularly try new activities together report significantly higher relationship satisfaction than those who primarily stick to familiar routines. The mechanism appears to involve several factors. Novel experiences create shared emotional arousal that strengthens bonding. Navigating unfamiliar situations together builds collaborative skills. New contexts reveal different facets of personality, deepening understanding. Shared challenges create opportunities for mutual support and appreciation. The Stoics, who emphasized humans as fundamentally social beings, recognized the importance of this engagement. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We were born to work together like feet, hands, and eyes, like the two rows of teeth, upper and lower." This collaboration requires openness to others' perspectives and willingness to engage beyond our comfortable social patterns. For Sophia in Manhattan, this might mean accepting an invitation to join colleagues for a weekend community service project, attending a neighbor's cultural celebration, or saying yes when a relative visiting the city suggests exploring an unfamiliar neighborhood. Each yes creates potential for deeper connection and understanding that reflexive no would preclude. Saying yes to discomfort, the Stoic practice of voluntary hardship. Perhaps the most distinctively Stoic application of saying yes involves deliberately embracing discomfort as a path to growth. The Stoics practiced what they called ascesis, disciplined training that often included voluntary hardship like sleeping on hard surfaces, enduring cold, or fasting periodically. Seneca explained this practice: set aside certain days on which you will withdraw from your business and make yourself at home with the scantiest fare. Establish business relations with poverty. This wasn't masochism but practical training in resilience, demonstrating to oneself that discomfort could be endured without harm and that virtue remained possible regardless of circumstances. Modern psychology confirms the benefits of this approach through research on what's called hormesis, the biological principle that moderate stress actually strengthens systems rather than weakening them. Studies show that deliberately engaging with manageable challenges, whether cold exposure, interval training, or public speaking, builds both physical and psychological resilience. Psychologist Kelly McGonigal's research demonstrates that simply reframing stress as enhancing rather than debilitating significantly improves performance and health outcomes during challenging situations. This aligns perfectly with the Stoic approach of viewing difficulties as opportunities rather than afflictions. For those interested in applying this principle, modern versions of Stoic voluntary discomfort might include taking cold showers occasionally to practice maintaining equanimity in physical discomfort, fasting periodically to develop discipline and appreciation, engaging in public speaking despite social anxiety, attempting physical challenges slightly beyond your comfort zone, initiating difficult conversations rather than avoiding them. These practices don't aim at pointless suffering but at developing the capacity to say yes to life's inevitable challenges with confidence built through deliberate practice. Implementation: cultivating the habit of strategic yes. How might someone begin saying yes more often in a thoughtful, Stoic-inspired manner? Here are practical approaches. 1. Start with small yes. Research on habit formation shows that beginning with manageable changes increases success. Rather than committing to say yes to everything, which would lack the discernment Stoicism values, start with small opportunities that stretch comfort zones without overwhelming them. These might include taking a different route to work, starting a conversation with someone new, trying a food you've previously avoided, accepting a minor social invitation you would typically decline, volunteering for a small new responsibility at work. Each small yes builds the neural pathways and psychological comfort with novelty that make larger yes possible later. 2. Create a growth portfolio approach. Investment advisors recommend diversifying financial portfolios between stable and growth-oriented assets. Similarly, you might intentionally diversify your experiences between comfortable routines and growth opportunities. Consider allocating a specific portion of your time, perhaps 10-20%, explicitly for saying yes to novel experiences. This creates a sustainable balance between stability and growth rather than an unsustainable commitment to constant novelty. 3. Practice the Stoic pre-rehearsal. The Stoics used a technique called premeditatio malorum, pre-rehearsal of potential difficulties, to prepare for challenges. When considering saying yes to something outside your comfort zone, try mentally rehearsing. What specific discomforts might arise? How will you respond to maintain virtue? What potential benefits might emerge from this experience? This mental preparation reduces anxiety about the unknown and increases capacity to engage fully rather than being preoccupied with worry. 4. Develop a yes first, then evaluate heuristic. For decisions where your initial impulse is no, but no clear ethical principle is at stake, try experimenting with a default yes position followed by thoughtful evaluation afterward. This reverses the typical pattern of declining first and potentially reconsidering later when opportunities may have passed. This doesn't mean reckless commitment, but rather giving experiences the benefit of the doubt before rejection. After each yes, reflect on what you learned and how it might inform future decisions. 5. Find yes communities. Our social environments powerfully shape our tendencies toward openness or caution. Deliberately seeking communities that value growth, learning, and appropriate risk-taking can support your practice of saying yes more often. These might be formal groups like Toastmasters for public speaking, adventure clubs, or improv classes. Or they might simply be friendships with people who demonstrate the quality of openness you wish to develop. As Seneca noted, associate with those who will make a better person of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve. The fruits of yes beyond comfort to meaning. While saying yes more often initially requires overcoming resistance to discomfort, research suggests the ultimate rewards extend far beyond momentary pleasure. Studies in positive psychology consistently find that lives characterized by variety, challenge, and growth produce deeper satisfaction than those optimized primarily for comfort and security. Psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi's research on flow, the state of complete engagement that emerges when we're stretched beyond comfort without being overwhelmed, shows that people report their most meaningful and satisfying experiences not when relaxing but when fully engaged in challenging activities. The state emerges precisely when saying yes to experiences that demand full participation rather than passive consumption. Similarly, research on eudaimonic well-being focused on meaning and purpose versus hedonic well-being focused on pleasure and comfort finds that the former produces more sustainable satisfaction and resilience. The Stoics anticipated this distinction, focusing on virtue and meaning rather than mere pleasure as the path to genuine flourishing. For Sophia in New York, this might manifest in discovering that saying yes to teaching financial literacy as a volunteer, despite initial nervousness about public speaking, ultimately provides deeper fulfillment than another evening of comfortable streaming entertainment. Or finding that accepting an invitation to join colleagues for a challenging hiking trip, though physically demanding, creates more lasting satisfaction than a typical relaxing weekend. Adapting to life's larger yes. Beyond specific choices to accept or decline particular opportunities, the Stoics emphasized a larger orientation towards saying yes to life as it unfolds, including circumstances we wouldn't have chosen. Epictetus taught, "Don't seek to have events happen as you wish, but wish them to happen as they do happen, and your life will go smoothly." This doesn't mean passive resignation, but active engagement with reality as it presents itself rather than resistance against what cannot be changed. In modern terms, psychologists call this psychological flexibility, the ability to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining connection to core values. Research shows that psychological flexibility correlates strongly with mental health and life satisfaction. People who can say yes to life's reality, even when it differs from their preferences, demonstrate greater resilience during challenges and more capacity to find meaning in diverse circumstances. This broader yes to life itself represents the culmination of the Stoic practice. By developing the capacity to engage openly with small novelties and challenges, we gradually build the wisdom and strength to meet life's larger developments, whether opportunities or setbacks, with the same fundamental openness and virtue. Conclusion: the courageous yes. Saying yes more often to appropriate opportunities for growth, connection, and meaning requires a certain courage. It means choosing potential growth over certain comfort, possible disappointment over guaranteed adequacy, the unknown over the familiar. Yet this courage aligns precisely with what the Stoics considered virtue, the willingness to act in accordance with wisdom rather than immediate comfort or security. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, at dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, "I have to go to work as a human being." This fundamental yes to fully engaging with life, with its challenges, opportunities, and responsibilities forms the heart of Stoic philosophy. Not withdrawal from life's experiences, but wholehearted, virtuous participation in them. The next time you find yourself automatically inclining toward no, whether to a social invitation, professional challenge, or novel experience, pause to consider, is this refusal based on genuine principle or merely habitual comfort seeking? What potential growth or connection might lie on the other side of yes? And from a longer perspective, which choice will you be more likely to regret, the discomfort of new experience or the limitation of opportunity declined? As Seneca wrote, often a very old man has no other proof of his long life than his age. Mere duration means little without the depth that comes from engagement. By cultivating the habit of saying yes more often to what expands rather than constricts our lives, we transform mere existence into genuine living, precisely what both ancient Stoics and modern psychology recognize as the path to a life well lived. Hang out with friends and family, the foundation of lasting happiness. In our hyper-individualistic culture, we often celebrate the lone genius, the self-made success, the independent spirit who needs no one. Social media amplifies this distortion, presenting carefully curated images of individual achievement while obscuring the web of relationships that make those achievements possible. Career advice frequently prioritizes professional advancement over personal connections, suggesting that relationships can be sacrificed now and somehow rebuilt later after success is achieved. Yet this narrative fundamentally misunderstands human nature and the foundations of genuine well-being. Far from being optional accessories to a successful life, meaningful social connections constitute its very core. As social primates, humans evolved in close-knit groups where survival depended on cooperation and mutual support. Our neurological, psychological, and even physiological systems are designed to function optimally within a context of strong social bonds. The ancient Stoics recognized this reality long before modern science confirmed it. Marcus Aurelius began his personal journal by acknowledging his debt to family members, teachers, and friends who shaped his character and understanding. He wrote, "Men exist for the sake of one another. Teach them then, or bear with them." This wasn't mere sentiment, but a philosophical recognition that human flourishing is inherently social rather than solitary. Contemporary research has powerfully validated this ancient wisdom. A landmark Harvard study tracking participants for over 80 years found that the quality of relationships was the strongest predictor of health, happiness, and longevity, far outweighing wealth, fame, IQ, or any other factor. As study director Dr. Robert Waldinger concluded, "Good relationships keep us happier and healthier, period." This lesson explores the profound importance of making time for friends and family, examining both the philosophical foundations and scientific evidence for prioritizing relationships in a culture that often treats them as dispensable. While seemingly simple advice, hang out with friends and family, contains depths of wisdom about human nature and the true sources of lasting fulfillment. The Stoic view humans as social animals. To understand the Stoic emphasis on relationships, we must first recognize their fundamental view of human nature. The Stoics believed that humans possess an inherently social orientation, what they called oikeiosis or appropriation, that begins with self-preservation but naturally extends outward to encompass family, friends, community, and ultimately all humanity. Hierocles, a Stoic philosopher, illustrated this concept using the image of concentric circles. The innermost circle represents the self, surrounded by circles of family, friends, community, and finally all of humanity. Virtue, in the Stoic view, involves progressively drawing the circles inward, treating those in outer circles with the same care and concern we naturally feel for those closest to us. Marcus Aurelius expressed this social orientation clearly. "We were born to work together like feet, hands, and eyes, like the two rows of teeth, upper and lower. To obstruct each other is unnatural." For the Stoics, our social nature wasn't incidental but essential to our humanity. To live virtuously meant acknowledging and honoring our interdependence rather than pretending it's self-sufficiency. This perspective directly challenged the ideal of autarkia, self-sufficiency, emphasized by some other ancient philosophical schools. While the Stoics valued internal strength and resilience, they situated these qualities within a context of human connection rather than isolation. Seneca wrote, "No one can live a happy life if he turns everything to his own purposes. Live for others if you want to live for yourself." The science of social connection, why relationships matter. Modern research has identified multiple pathways through which strong social connections influence well-being, validating the Stoic intuition that humans flourish in relationship rather than isolation. Neurological effects. From a neurological perspective, social connection triggers the release of oxytocin, sometimes called the bonding hormone, which reduces anxiety and inflammation while promoting trust and empathy. MRI studies show that positive social interactions activate the brain's reward pathways similar to other evolutionarily beneficial activities, suggesting we're literally wired for connection. Perhaps more striking is research on social pain. Brain imaging studies reveal that social rejection activates many of the same neural regions as physical pain, suggesting our brains process relational wounds as genuine threats to well-being rather than mere emotional discomforts. Psychological benefits. Psychologically, strong relationships provide multiple benefits. Stress buffering. Research shows that merely thinking about supportive relationships reduces cortisol production during stressful situations. The presence of supportive others, even without direct assistance, significantly improves stress resilience. Identity and meaning. Relationships provide context for understanding ourselves and our place in the world. Through the reflection others provide, we develop clearer self-knowledge and purpose. Emotional regulation. Close relationships help modulate emotions through co-regulation, the process by which another's calm presence helps restore balance during emotional distress. Physical health impact. Perhaps most surprising are the physical health effects of social connection. Studies consistently show that people with stronger social ties have 50% increased likelihood of survival across causes of death, lower rates of inflammation and better immune function, reduced risk of cardiovascular disease and stroke, better recovery outcomes following illness or surgery, lower rates of cognitive decline with aging. These effects are comparable to and often exceed the impact of other well-established health factors like smoking, obesity, and physical activity. In fact, a meta-analysis published in PLOS Medicine found that social isolation carries a mortality risk equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes daily, making it potentially more lethal than obesity or physical inactivity. Quality over quantity. The nature of meaningful connection. Both Stoic philosophy and contemporary research emphasize that the benefits of social connection depend on the quality of relationships rather than mere quantity. Having hundreds of social media, friends, or professional contacts provides little benefit if these connections lack depth and authenticity. Seneca distinguished between true friendship and utilitarian association. He who regards himself only and enters upon friendships for this reason reckons wrongly. The end will be like the beginning. He has made friends with one who might assist him in time of need, and will desert him when he begins to be troublesome. True connection, in the Stoic view, values others for their intrinsic worth rather than instrumental usefulness. Modern research confirms this distinction. In a study at the University of Michigan, researchers found that the number of Facebook Friends participants had showed no correlation with subjective well-being, while the quality of in-person relationships strongly predicted life satisfaction and mental health. What constitutes quality in relationships? Research suggests several key factors. Mutuality. Balanced give and take over time, where both parties contribute and receive. Vulnerability. Willingness to share authentic thoughts and feelings rather than maintaining facades. Presence. Giving focused attention rather than divided or distracted engagement. Reliability. Showing up consistently, particularly during challenging times. Acceptance. Providing support without judgment or attempts to fix the other person. These elements create what psychologists call psychological safety. The sense that we can be authentically ourselves without fear of rejection or harsh judgment. This safety, in turn, allows for the deeper connection that provides genuine relationship benefits. For Sophia, our New York financial analyst from the opening story, this quality dimension might mean recognizing that her weekly video calls with family, where she's fully present and engaged, provide more benefit than numerous but superficial workplace interactions. It might also lead her to prioritize deeper conversations with a few close friends over accumulating professional contacts or social media connections. Digital versus in-person connection, the embodied nature of bonding. As digital communication increasingly replaces in-person interaction, research suggests important distinctions between these modes of connection. While technology enables valuable relationship maintenance across distances, studies consistently show that in-person interaction provides neurological and psychological benefits that digital communication alone cannot fully replicate. Several factors contribute to this difference. Nonverbal communication. In-person interaction involves thousands of subtle cues, facial microexpressions, body language, vocal tone variations that digital mediation often filters out or distorts. Biochemical synchrony. Physical proximity enables biochemical processes that support bonding, including pheromone detection, mirror neuron activation, and synchronization of physiological rhythms. Full attention. In-person meetings typically allow for greater focused presence than digital interactions, which often occur alongside other activities or distractions. Touch, physical contact, from handshakes to hugs, triggers oxytocin release and other neurological responses that support connection and well-being. The Stoics, living in a pre-technological age, recognized the irreplaceable value of physical presence. Seneca wrote letters to distant friends but acknowledged their limitation. I prefer you should come to me. Firstly, because we trust our eyes more than our ears. Secondly, because the way is long for instruction to reach through precepts, but short and effective through examples. This doesn't mean digital communication lacks value. Indeed, research shows that thoughtful digital interaction can support relationship maintenance when in-person contact isn't possible. The key is recognizing that different modes of connection serve different purposes, with in-person interaction providing uniquely powerful benefits that warrant prioritization when possible. For Sophia navigating busy Manhattan life, this might mean prioritizing monthly in-person dinners with local friends over more frequent but less engaging text exchanges, or planning quarterly visits home rather than relying solely on video calls to maintain family bonds. Making time for connection. Practical stoicism for modern lives. One of the most common barriers to social connection in contemporary life is the perception of insufficient time. Between professional demands, household responsibilities, and the host of other activities that fill modern schedules, meaningful social engagement often gets relegated to when I have time, which, in practice, means rarely or never. The Stoics recognize time as our most precious and non-renewable resource. Seneca wrote an entire treatise on the shortness of life, addressing our tendency to waste time on trivial matters while neglecting what truly matters. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Both Stoic wisdom and modern research suggest several approaches for prioritizing connection amid busy lives. 1. Quality time through routine. Rather than waiting for enough time to connect meaningfully, establish regular routines that incorporate connection. Research shows that predictable rituals create security in relationships while ensuring that connection doesn't get lost amid competing priorities. Practical examples might include weekly family dinners without digital devices, monthly outings with close friends, daily check-ins with partners or children, annual traditions that bring extended family together. These routines create relationship-supporting structures rather than leaving connection to chance or convenience. 2. Presence over production. The Stoics emphasized quality of attention over quantity of activity. Epictetus advised, when giving your child or wife a kiss, whisper to yourself, "I am kissing a mortal." This practice, remembering the impermanence of loved ones, wasn't meant to induce anxiety but to heighten appreciation and presence during ordinary interactions. Modern application involves prioritizing full engagement during social time, which might mean putting away phones during conversations, making eye contact and practicing active listening, engaging in activities that naturally encourage presence, walks, shared meals, cooperative projects, creating physical spaces that minimize distraction. Research confirms that brief periods of fully present connection provide greater relationship benefits than longer periods of distracted interaction. 3. Strategic boundaries around competing demands. Both Stoicism and contemporary psychology recognize the importance of boundaries, clear limits that protect what matters most from endless encroachment by less important demands. For relationships, this might involve clearly defined work hours that prevent professional life from consuming all available time, protected periods for connection that are treated as non-negotiable commitments, digital boundaries that create space for uninterrupted in-person interaction, the courage to say no to less important activities that would displace relationship time. These boundaries reflect what the Stoics called preferred indifference, the recognition that while external outcomes matter somewhat, they matter less than maintaining virtue and proper values. As Epictetus taught, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. 4. Relationship-centered leisure. Modern leisure often defaults to passive consumption, television, social media, video games that may provide rest but little connection. Both Stoic philosophy and positive psychology suggest that relationship-centered leisure, activities that combine rejuvenation with meaningful interaction, offers superior benefits. Research-supported examples include nature exploration with others, creative collaboration on projects, physical activities like walking or dancing together, game nights or shared intellectual pursuits, cooking and eating together. These activities create conditions for what psychologists call flow, complete engagement that refreshes rather than depletes, while simultaneously strengthening relational bonds. Difficult relationships, Stoic wisdom for challenging connections. Not all family relationships or friendships come easily. Some involve conflict, misunderstanding, or fundamental differences in values or personality. The Stoic perspective offers valuable guidance for navigating these more challenging connections. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, when you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they cannot tell good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own. This perspective suggests 3 key principles for difficult relationships. 1. Realistic expectations. The Stoics advocated preparing mentally for others' imperfection rather than being surprised or outraged by it. This doesn't mean cynicism, but rather accepting human fallibility, including our own, as natural rather than exceptional. As Epictetus advised, when you are about to take in handsome action, remind yourself what kind of action it is. If you are going to bathe, set before yourself what happens in the bath, water pouring over some, others being jostled, some reviling, others stealing. And thus you will more safely go about this action if you say to yourself, I want to bathe and I want to keep my will in harmony with nature. And so with every action. This mental preparation helps maintain equanimity when relationships prove challenging, reducing reactive responses that often escalate conflicts. 2. Focus on your own virtue. While we cannot control others' behavior, the Stoics emphasized maintaining our own virtue regardless of how others act. Epictetus taught, if a person gave your body to any stranger he met on his way, you would certainly be angry. And do you feel no shame in handing over your own mind to be confused and mystified by anyone who happens to verbally attack you? This principle doesn't mean passively accepting mistreatment, but rather responding with integrity rather than reactivity, maintaining kindness without being manipulated, setting boundaries without vindictiveness, speaking truth without unnecessary harshness. 3. Recognition of shared humanity. The Stoics emphasized our common human nature even with difficult people. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you want to cheer yourself up, consider the good qualities of those who live with you, the energy of one, the modesty of another, the generosity of a third." There is nothing so cheering as the well-marked manifestations of good qualities in those around us. Let us keep them as much as we can before our eyes. This practice of deliberately noting others' positive qualities, even when they're mixed with challenging behaviors, helps maintain connection across differences while reducing the tendency to define others by their worst moments. Professional versus personal, false dichotomy, and true integration. Contemporary culture often presents professional achievement and personal relationships as competing priorities requiring trade-offs. The Stoic perspective suggests this dichotomy fundamentally misunderstands human flourishing, which requires integration rather than separation of these aspects of life. Seneca, who maintained a successful public career while valuing deep friendships, wrote, "There is no enjoying the possession of anything valuable unless one has someone to share it with." This insight suggests that achievements divorced from meaningful relationships ultimately fail to provide the satisfaction we seek from them. Modern research confirms this integrated view. A study following over 700 men for 75+ years found that professional success predicted happiness in midlife, but relationship quality predicted well-being in later life. Those who sacrificed relationships for career advancement often reached old age with regret and diminished life satisfaction despite their achievements. For Sophia in Manhattan's competitive financial industry, this perspective might mean recognizing that professional success itself becomes more meaningful when shared with people who matter. Building relationships at work that transcend purely transactional interactions. Setting boundaries that protect time for personal relationships even during career-building phases. Understanding that relationship skills enhance rather than detract from professional effectiveness. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids, like the rows of the upper and lower teeth. To act against one another is contrary to nature." Conclusion: relationships as foundation, not luxury. As we've explored throughout this lesson, meaningful connections with friends and family aren't optional accessories to a good life, but its very foundation. Both ancient Stoic wisdom and contemporary science converge on this truth. We flourish in connection and wither in isolation. This understanding invites us to reconsider how we allocate our most precious resource, time. If relationship quality predicts well-being more reliably than wealth, status, or even physical health, what would shift in our priorities and schedules if we truly integrated this knowledge? The choices may look different for each person based on circumstances and values. For Sophia in Manhattan, it might mean establishing a non-negotiable weekly video call with family despite time zone differences, organizing monthly dinners with close friends even during busy work periods, or choosing an apartment location that allows easier visits to and from loved ones despite higher cost or longer commute. The Stoics recognized that virtue often requires courage, the willingness to act according to wisdom rather than convenience or social pressure. In a culture that frequently treats relationships as dispensable compared to achievement or acquisition, prioritizing connection may require precisely this courage. As Seneca wrote to his friend Lucilius, "Associate with those who will make a better person of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve." This reciprocal view of relationships reminds us that connection isn't merely pleasurable but transformative, shaping who we become through mutual influence and support. By making time for friends and family, not as an afterthought when other priorities permit, but as a fundamental commitment, we align ourselves with both our social nature as humans and the empirical realities of what creates lasting well-being. In doing so, we discover that happiness rarely comes from what we accomplish alone, but from what we share with those who matter most. Help others out, finding purpose through service. In a culture that often celebrates individual achievement and personal fulfillment above all else, the idea of helping others might seem like a noble but secondary concern, something to consider after securing our own success and happiness. We're frequently told to put on your own oxygen mask first or to ensure our cup is full before attending to others' needs. While these metaphors contain wisdom about sustainable service, they can inadvertently reinforce the misleading notion that helping others represents a drain on personal resources rather than a source of meaning and fulfillment in itself. The Stoic philosophers offered a fundamentally different perspective. They understood that humans are inherently social beings whose well-being is inextricably connected to the common good. Marcus Aurelius expressed this insight succinctly: "What is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bee." This profound statement captures the Stoic recognition that individual flourishing cannot be separated from the welfare of the broader community, that in helping others we simultaneously cultivate our own virtue and happiness. Modern research across multiple disciplines, from neuroscience and psychology to sociology and economics, has consistently validated this ancient wisdom. Studies show that helping others doesn't merely benefit recipients but creates measurable improvements in the helper's physical health, psychological well-being, and sense of meaning. Far from representing a sacrifice of self-interest, service to others appears to be one of the most reliable paths to personal flourishing. This lesson explores the philosophical foundations and scientific evidence for helping others as a core practice for well-being, examining both why service matters and how we might incorporate it meaningfully into modern lives already filled with competing demands and responsibilities. The Stoic view human nature as inherently social. To understand the Stoic emphasis on helping others, we must first recognize their fundamental view of human nature as inherently social and interconnected. Unlike philosophical traditions that view humans as primarily self-interested individuals who form communities only for mutual advantage, the Stoics saw sociality as intrinsic to our being, not an add-on but an essential aspect of what makes us human. Hierarchals, a Stoic philosopher, described humanity as composed of concentric circles of concern, with the self at the center, surrounded by immediate family, extended family, community, and ultimately all humanity. The ethical task, in his view, involved progressively drawing the circles inward, extending the same care and concern naturally felt for oneself and close family to ever wider circles of humanity. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome and devoted Stoic, regularly reminded himself of this social orientation. We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids, like the rows of the upper and lower teeth. To act against one another is contrary to nature. In this view, helping others isn't supererogatory, beyond duty, but constitutes the fulfillment of our nature as social beings. This perspective directly challenges the common modern assumption that self-interest and altruism represent opposing motivations. For the Stoics, properly understood self-interest includes concern for others because human flourishing is inherently relational. As Seneca wrote, "No one can live happily who has regard to himself alone and transforms everything into a question of his own utility." The neuroscience of helping, how service affects our brains. Modern neuroscience has identified fascinating mechanisms through which helping others affects brain function and neurochemistry, often in ways that promote both physical and psychological well-being. When we engage in acts of kindness, the brain releases several key neurochemicals. Dopamine, associated with pleasure and reward, creating what researchers call a helper's high. Serotonin, which plays a crucial role in mood regulation and feelings of satisfaction. Oxytocin, the bonding hormone, which reduces anxiety and promotes trust and social connection. Endorphins, the body's natural pain relievers, which create feelings of euphoria similar to a runner's high. Brain imaging studies reveal that when people engage in altruistic behavior, regions associated with reward processing, the same areas activated by food, money, and positive social feedback, show increased activity. This suggests that humans may be biologically primed to find helping others inherently rewarding. What's particularly interesting is that these neurological benefits appear strongest when certain conditions are met. Direct connection with the beneficiary rather than abstract or distant helping. Freely chosen service rather than obligatory or coerced assistance. Visible impact of one's contribution rather than uncertain outcomes. Alignment with personal values and strengths rather than generic or prescribed forms of help. These findings suggest that not all forms of helping others generate equal benefits. The most rewarding forms of service tend to be those that create authentic connection, allow for autonomy, demonstrate clear impact, and express personal values. Psychological well-being through service, the helper therapy principle. Beyond immediate neurological effects, helping others appears to create lasting psychological benefits through what researchers call the helper therapy principle. Studies show that individuals who regularly engage in service to others experience reduced symptoms of depression and anxiety, greater sense of meaning and purpose, improved self-esteem and self-efficacy, enhanced sense of social connectedness, greater resilience during personal challenges. A particularly striking example comes from research on individuals recovering from addiction. A study published in the Journal of Studies on Alcohol and Drugs found that alcoholics who helped others during their recovery were twice as likely to maintain sobriety 1 year later compared to those who received support but didn't help others. This suggests that being of service doesn't merely add a positive element to life but may fundamentally transform how we relate to our own struggles. These findings align perfectly with the Stoic understanding that virtue, including justice toward and care for others, constitutes the foundation of genuine flourishing. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What brings no profit to the hive brings none to the bee." By recognizing how deeply our well-being is connected to service, we discover what the Stoics understood centuries ago, that helping others isn't selfless sacrifice but enlightened self-interest properly understood. Forms of service beyond conventional volunteering. When considering how to help others, many people immediately think of formal volunteering, scheduled time with organized charities or nonprofits. While such structured service certainly creates value, the Stoic perspective suggests a broader view of helping others that permeates daily life rather than being confined to designated service hours. Epictetus taught his students to view every role and relationship as an opportunity for service. Remember that you are an actor in a play, of such a kind as the author pleases to make it. For this is your duty, to act well the part that is given to you. This perspective invites us to consider how we might help others through our existing roles, as professionals, family members, citizens, and community members, rather than seeing service as something separate from ordinary life. Modern research supports this integrated approach to helping others. Studies of prosocial behavior, actions intended to benefit others, show that small, everyday acts of kindness often create significant well-being benefits for both helpers and recipients. These might include supporting a colleague facing challenges at work, listening attentively to someone going through difficulty, sharing knowledge or skills with those who could benefit, including someone who seems isolated in social activities, performing small tasks that make others' lives easier. For Sophia, our Manhattan financial analyst from the opening story, this broader perspective might mean recognizing opportunities to help others that align with her existing commitments and strengths. Perhaps mentoring junior colleagues, using her financial expertise to assist friends making important decisions, or simply being fully present for loved ones facing challenges. The balance question: service without self-sacrifice. One common concern about helping others involves finding appropriate balance, serving without self-depleting or enabling dysfunctional patterns. Both modern psychology and Stoic philosophy offer useful guidance on this question. The Stoics emphasized that true service emerges from strength rather than weakness and wisdom rather than mere sentimentality. Epictetus advised, "If you wish to be good, first believe that you are bad." This paradoxical statement encourages honest self-assessment and personal development as prerequisites for effectively helping others. From a psychological perspective, sustainable service typically involves clear boundaries that distinguish helping from rescuing or enabling, authentic motivation based on values rather than guilt, obligation, or approval-seeking, alignment with personal strengths that allows service to energize rather than deplete, reciprocity within relationships rather than one-sided giving, self-compassion that recognizes one's own limitations and needs. Research in helper burnout shows that those who maintain these balanced approaches to service experience far greater sustainability and satisfaction than those who help from obligation or without boundaries. The Stoic concept of preferred indifference, recognizing that external outcomes matter somewhat while maintaining primary focus on virtue, provides useful perspective here. We help others genuinely wishing to benefit them, but without attaching our sense of success or worth to specific outcomes we cannot fully control. As Epictetus taught, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. Finding your path of service, alignment with strengths and values. Research in positive psychology suggests that the most sustainable and fulfilling forms of helping others involve what psychologists call signature strengths, our natural capacities and talents, applied toward meaningful ends. When service aligns with our strengths and core values, it typically feels energizing rather than depleting, even when objectively demanding. The psychologist Martin Seligman identifies several dimensions of well-being in his PERMA model: positive emotion, engagement, relationships, meaning, and achievement. Research shows that activities that combine multiple dimensions, such as helping others in ways that engage our strengths and create meaningful connection, tend to create particularly strong well-being benefits. For someone identifying their unique path of service, useful questions might include: What skills or knowledge do I possess that could benefit others? What social issues or needs particularly resonate with my values? When have I helped others and felt energized rather than drained? What forms of service create direct connection with those I'm helping? Where do I see gaps or needs within my existing communities? The answers reveal potential service paths that align with individual strengths, values, and circumstances, creating sustainability through fit rather than through minimizing commitment. For Sophia in Manhattan, reflection might reveal that her analytical skills, financial knowledge, and capacity for clear communication represent valuable assets for helping others. Perhaps this leads to offering financial literacy workshops in underserved communities, mentoring first-generation college students entering business careers, or assisting elderly neighbors with navigating increasingly complex financial systems. Small versus large, the impact question. When considering how to help others, many people wonder whether to focus on immediate, tangible assistance to individuals or to address larger systemic issues. The Stoics would likely reject this as a false dichotomy, recognizing value in both approaches depending on circumstance and capacity. Marcus Aurelius, as emperor, necessarily engaged with systemic issues while also emphasizing kindness in everyday interactions. Seneca, wealthy and politically connected, contributed both through institutional philanthropy and through personal attention to individuals in need. The Stoic emphasis on appropriate action, kathekon, suggests that different individuals in different positions will naturally express service in different ways. Modern research on helping efficacy suggests several relevant principles. Tangible impact visibility enhances helper well-being, suggesting value in direct service where results are observable. Personal connection with recipients typically increases both helper satisfaction and recipient benefit. Skill-service alignment creates greater impact and satisfaction than generic helping. Progressive engagement often works better than all-or-nothing approaches. These findings suggest that rather than choosing between small-scale direct help and larger systemic engagement, an effective approach might involve some combination, perhaps direct service that creates personal connection while also supporting organizations addressing root causes, or individual assistance informed by systemic understanding. For Sophia in New York, this might mean both volunteering directly with individuals while also leveraging her professional skills and network to support organizations working on financial inclusion or economic justice. The specific balance would depend on her circumstances, capacities, and values rather than any universal formula, making service practical implementation in busy lives. One of the most common barriers to helping others involves perceived lack of time amid already demanding schedules. Both Stoic wisdom and modern research offer practical approaches to overcome this challenge. The Stoics emphasized quality of intention over quantity of action. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This suggests that even small actions performed with full presence and proper intention have moral worth, that service needn't involve grand gestures or major time commitments to be meaningful. Contemporary research on micro-volunteering and everyday prosocial behavior confirms this perspective, showing that brief, integrated acts of service can create significant benefits for both helpers and recipients. Examples might include 5-minute check-in calls to someone going through difficulty, brief mentoring interactions with junior colleagues, small acts of assistance that reduce others' stress, digital micro-volunteering during otherwise idle moments. bundling service with existing activities, like exercise or social time. For those with genuinely limited time, the concept of skill-based helping offers another approach. Research shows that applying specialized knowledge or abilities often creates greater impact with less time investment than generic assistance. A professional might accomplish in 1 hour what would take someone without their training significantly longer, creating efficiency through expertise. For Sophia navigating Manhattan's demanding financial sector, this might mean offering 30-minute financial coaching sessions to community members rather than committing to lengthy regular volunteering, or using her commute time to provide remote advising to nonprofit organizations in her field of expertise. Service as practice, the developmental perspective. Both Stoicism and contemporary positive psychology view helping others not merely as something we do, but as something that shapes who we become. By regularly acting in service to others, we gradually develop prosocial traits that make such actions increasingly natural and rewarding. The Stoics understood virtue development as a practice requiring consistent attention and effort. Epictetus taught, "If you want to be a good person, practice what you would do if you were already a good person." This practical approach recognizes that qualities like generosity, compassion, and concern for others develop through repeated action rather than merely through intention or desire. Modern research on moral elevation, the warm, uplifting feeling experienced when witnessing acts of moral beauty or excellence, shows that even observing others' kindness can inspire similar behavior and create physiological changes associated with well-being. This suggests that helping others, beyond its immediate impact, contributes to positive social contagion that benefits the broader community. By viewing service as developmental practice rather than merely as productive activity, we recognize its value beyond measurable outcomes. Each act of helping others, however small, shapes neural pathways, builds prosocial habits, and develops character in ways that make future service both more likely and more natural. Conclusion: service as path to flourishing. As we've explored throughout this lesson, helping others represents not a sacrifice of self-interest but one of its highest expressions. Both ancient Stoic wisdom and contemporary science converge on this truth. We flourish not in isolation but in contribution to the common good. This perspective invites reconsideration of how we conceive success and well-being. If service to others consistently predicts greater health, happiness, and sense of meaning, what might shift in our priorities and choices if we fully integrated this knowledge? The answers will naturally vary based on individual circumstances, capacities, and values. For Sophia in New York, it might mean finding ways to share her financial expertise with those who lack access to such knowledge, building genuine connection with those she serves, and recognizing that her professional skills represent potential gifts to her community rather than merely tools for personal advancement. The Stoics recognized that virtue often requires courage, the willingness to act according to wisdom rather than convenience or social pressure. In a culture that frequently treats helping others as optional or secondary to personal achievement, prioritizing service may require precisely this courage. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Men exist for the sake of one another. Teach them then, or bear with them." This simple statement captures the essence of the Stoic perspective, that our social nature as humans creates inherent connection and responsibility to one another, not as burden but as fulfillment of our deepest purpose. By helping others, not as occasional charity but as fundamental orientation, we align ourselves with both our social nature as humans and the empirical realities of what creates lasting well-being. In doing so, we discover that meaningful life rarely emerges from what we acquire or achieve for ourselves alone, but from what we contribute to the lives of others and to the communities we share. The ongoing journey, integration, and practice. We've explored 13 distinct practices inspired by Stoic philosophy and supported by modern science, each offering a pathway toward greater well-being, resilience, and meaning. From laughing more and spending time in nature to cultivating gratitude and serving others, these practices aren't revolutionary in their novelty, but in their effectiveness when consistently applied. They represent what both ancient wisdom and contemporary research suggest are essential elements of a well-lived life. As we conclude our exploration, it's worth reflecting on how these seemingly simple practices weave together into a coherent approach to living. Not as isolated techniques, but as expressions of deeper philosophical principles about human nature and flourishing. The Stoics didn't offer a disconnected collection of life hacks, but a unified vision of what it means to live in alignment with our nature as rational and social beings capable of virtue. The wisdom of integration, how the practices support each other. When we examine the 13 practices closely, certain fundamental themes emerge that bind them together. The balance of internal and external. The Stoics recognized that while we cannot control all external circumstances, we maintain considerable power over our interpretations, responses, and internal states. This core principle manifests throughout our practices. Laugh more adjusts our interpretation of difficulties through humorous perspective. Let go of grudges demonstrates our capacity to choose our response to injury. Focus on what you've got redirects attention from external lacks to internal abundance. Turn off your phone reclaims attention from external stimuli to internal awareness. Be a morning person establishes internal intention before external demands intrude. These practices don't deny external reality but emphasize our power to relate to it constructively rather than reactively. As Epictetus taught, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. The rhythm of effort and renewal. Another unifying theme involves the natural alternation between exertion and recovery, the recognition that sustainable living requires both focused effort and genuine restoration. Take breaks and go on trips creates space for renewal amid productive activity. Get outside and connect with nature offers restorative contact with natural rhythms. Pack your days with plans provides structure for meaningful effort. Don't quit on what you love sustains commitment through difficulty. Be a morning person establishes rhythms aligned with natural cycles. This balanced approach reflects the Stoic understanding that virtue requires both discipline and sustainability, not heroic bursts of will but consistent alignment with nature's patterns. The social dimension of flourishing. Perhaps most fundamental is the recognition that human well-being is inherently relational rather than individualistic, that we flourish in connection rather than isolation. Hang out with friends and family prioritizes meaningful relationships. Help others out expresses our nature as social beings through contribution. Go for kindness cultivates virtuous interaction with others. Say yes more often opens us to connection and shared experience. Laugh more facilitates social bonding through shared positive emotion. These practices reflect what Marcus Aurelius called our nature as beings made for cooperation, designed to flourish not alone but in community with others. By understanding these themes, we recognize that the 13 practices aren't arbitrary or disconnected but form a coherent approach to living. They support and reinforce each other, creating positive spirals where progress in one area facilitates growth in others. The person who laughs more easily finds kindness more natural. The one who spends time in nature more readily appreciates what they have. The early riser more easily makes time for loved ones. From information to transformation, the implementation challenge. Knowledge alone rarely changes lives. Many of us understand intellectually what would likely improve our well-being, yet struggle to translate that understanding into consistent action. The gap between knowing and doing represents perhaps the central challenge of personal development. The Stoics recognized this challenge clearly. Epictetus distinguished between three phases of philosophical education: learning principles, applying them to particular cases, and integrating them so deeply they become second nature. Most of us get stuck at the first phase, accumulating information without developing the habits and capacities that transform knowledge into lived wisdom. Modern behavioral science offers several evidence-based strategies for bridging this knowing-doing gap. 1. Start small and specific. Research consistently shows that specific, manageable changes have far higher success rates than vague or ambitious ones. Rather than attempting to implement all 13 practices at once, consider selecting just one or two that particularly resonate with your current circumstances and values. For each practice, define a specific, concrete implementation so small it seems almost trivial. Not be more grateful, but name 3 specific things I appreciate each morning. Not get outside more, but take a 10-minute walk during lunch 3 times weekly. Not strengthen relationships, but call my sister every Sunday evening. These small, defined actions create clear success metrics that build momentum through consistent wins rather than overwhelm through unrealistic expectations. 2. Connect to existing routines. Behavioral scientists have identified habit stacking, attaching new behaviors to existing routines, as one of the most effective implementation strategies. By connecting new practices to established habits, we leverage existing neural pathways rather than trying to create entirely new ones. Practical examples might include practicing gratitude while brushing teeth each morning, taking a moment for laughter or humor while waiting for coffee to brew, using the commute home as device-free reflection time, integrating nature connection into existing exercise routines. This approach reduces the willpower required for implementation, as existing habits provide triggers and contexts for new practices. 3. Create environmental support. Both Stoic wisdom and modern behavioral science recognize that our physical and social environments powerfully shape our actions. By deliberately designing environments that support desired practices, we reduce friction and increase likelihood of consistent implementation. Effective environmental adjustments might include creating phone-free zones or times in your home, placing walking shoes by the door as a nature connection reminder, setting calendar blocks for relationship time, joining communities that value and practice similar principles. These environmental supports don't guarantee behavior change, but significantly increase its probability by reducing reliance on fluctuating motivation or willpower. 4. Establish accountability and reflection. Regular review of progress, whether through personal reflection or social accountability, dramatically increases implementation success. The Stoics practiced evening review, reflecting on the day's actions and choices, as a core discipline for growth. Modern applications might include weekly journaling about implementation and insights, sharing commitments with trusted friends who will follow up, regular check-ins with a partner also implementing practices, calendar reminders for periodic review and adjustment, This accountability creates both awareness of progress and opportunity to adapt approach based on experience rather than continuing ineffective strategies. 5. Focus on identity before actions. Research in behavior change reveals that identity-based motivation, I am the kind of person who, typically proves more powerful than outcome-based motivation, I want to achieve. The Stoics understood this principle, emphasizing character development over specific achievements. Practical application involves framing practices in identity terms. I am someone who appreciates what I have, rather than, I should be more grateful. I am a person who contributes to others' well-being, rather than, I should volunteer more. I am someone who values and nurtures relationships, rather than, I should call friends. This subtle shift aligns behavior with self-concept, creating internal consistency that supports sustained action. The wisdom of imperfection. Stoic realism about progress. As you begin implementing these practices, a Stoic perspective on progress offers valuable guidance. The Stoics recognize that development isn't linear but involves setbacks, plateaus, and inconsistencies. Rather than expecting perfect implementation, they advocated what we might call persistent imperfection, the willingness to continue despite inevitable lapses. Epictetus advised his students, if you slip at any point, don't think, I've blown it, but rather rise up and continue behaving appropriately from then on. If you tell yourself that you've blown it, even just for a day, it might turn into 2 days, then into 3, and so on. This approach combines high standards with self-compassion, expecting effort while accepting human fallibility. Modern research confirms its effectiveness, showing that self-compassionate responses to setbacks predict greater persistence and ultimate success compared to self-critical ones. For Sophia, our Manhattan financial analyst from the opening story, this might mean continuing her morning nature walks even after missing several days during a busy work period, or re-engaging with gratitude practice after a particularly challenging week, rather than abandoning it as failed. The Stoic sage wasn't a perfect specimen but a practitioner, someone engaged in ongoing cultivation of wisdom through consistent attention and effort. This model of persistent practice rather than achieved perfection offers a sustainable approach to personal development that accommodates real-world complexity. Beyond individual practice, creating supportive communities. While we've primarily discussed individual implementation of these practices, the Stoics recognized humans as inherently social beings who influence each other profoundly. Our capacity to maintain practices depends significantly on the social contexts we inhabit and create. Modern research strongly confirms this insight. Studies show that behaviors, emotions, and even health factors spread through social networks in what researchers call behavioral contagion. We're significantly more likely to maintain practices when surrounded by others who value and demonstrate similar commitments. This suggests the importance of creating or joining communities that support philosophical living, groups of people engaged in similar practices who can provide encouragement, accountability, and shared wisdom. These might be formal philosophical communities, informal friendship groups, or even digital connections united by common values and practices. For Sophia in Manhattan, this might mean joining a local Stoicism meetup, creating a small group of friends interested in personal development, or connecting with colleagues who share interest in purposeful living amid professional demands. These social contexts create reinforcement for practices that might otherwise wither amid contrary cultural pressures. The Stoics themselves formed communities of practice, groups of students and teachers who supported each other's philosophical development through discussion, encouragement, and shared commitment. This model remains valuable today, recognizing that substantive change rarely happens in isolation but through mutual support and influence. The ongoing journey, philosophy as lived practice. As we conclude our exploration of Stoic practices for modern happiness, it's worth remembering that philosophy for the ancients wasn't primarily academic theory but practical wisdom for living. Epictetus criticized those who could quote philosophical principles but failed to embody them. If you think that drinking the finest wines makes someone a wine connoisseur, you are wrong. Similarly, knowing the sayings of the philosophers doesn't make a philosopher. True philosophy in the Stoic view manifests in daily choices and actions rather than merely in intellectual understanding. It's revealed in how we respond to setbacks, treat others, and direct our attention in the 1,000 small decisions that cumulatively constitute a life. This perspective invites us to approach the 13 practices not as a self-improvement project with a defined endpoint but as an ongoing journey of alignment with our nature as rational and social beings capable of virtue. The goal isn't achieving some static state of perfect happiness but engaging in the continual process of living well, with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance informing our choices. For Sophia, whose story opened our exploration, this journey began in a small West Village bookstore during a rainstorm, a chance encounter that introduced ancient wisdom with surprising relevance to her modern Manhattan life. Her implementation wasn't perfect or complete, but the gradual integration of practices like morning mindfulness, gratitude reflection, nature connection, and service to others began shifting her experience from achievement without fulfillment toward genuine flourishing. Your own journey will naturally look different based on your unique circumstances, values, and starting point. Perhaps one practice particularly resonates with current challenges or opportunities. Maybe certain approaches seem more accessible within your specific life context. The Stoics would encourage beginning where you are with what's available rather than waiting for perfect conditions, recognizing that each step, however small, moves you toward greater alignment with your nature. Invitation to practice, beginning your journey. As we close this exploration, I invite you to consider one specific practice from the 13 we've examined that you might implement this week. Not as a grand commitment to transform everything at once, but as a modest experiment in living with greater intention and alignment with what both ancient wisdom and modern science suggest creates genuine well-being. Perhaps it's taking 5 minutes each morning to identify 3 specific things you genuinely appreciate. Maybe it's a 10-minute walk outside during lunch break 3 times this week. It might be reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't connected with recently, or finding one small way to help someone without expectation of return. Whatever practice you choose, consider implementing it with what the Stoics called prosoche, attention or mindfulness. Not as mechanical compliance with instructions, but as an opportunity to observe directly how these approaches affect your experience, relationship with others, and sense of meaning or purpose. The ancient Stoics believed that philosophy was ultimately tested in life itself, that its value lay not in elegant theories but in concrete transformation of how we experience and engage with the world. In that spirit, they would encourage moving from reading about these practices to actually testing them through direct experience, observing their effects with curiosity and openness rather than rigid expectation. As Seneca wrote to his friend Lucilius, philosophy teaches us to act, not to speak. The true test of any philosophy lies not in how convincingly it can be articulated, but in how effectively it can be lived. The 13 practices we've explored offer pathways for living Stoic principles in practical, accessible ways, transforming philosophical concepts into daily experiences. In closing, remember that the journey toward greater well-being isn't about achieving some perfect state, but about continuing movement in the direction of wisdom, virtue, and alignment with our nature. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, it is in your power to revive your natural understanding of what is right. Don't give up hope of becoming a philosopher. Don't act as if you haven't the time. It is in your power whenever you choose to retire into yourself. Nowhere does a person retire with more quiet or freedom from trouble than into their own mind. May your own journey with these practices bring you that inner freedom, resilience, and well-being that both ancient wisdom and modern science suggest are available not through extraordinary circumstances but through how we relate to ordinary life with attention, intention, and alignment with our deeper nature.